Gu Qingqing's face reddened, and she returned to her frivolous self, saying angrily, "Can't you just let me see it?" She carefully stretched out a finger and moved it in front of her eyes. "No, no." Yunxiao immediately refused. "Unless you leave Yunxiang's body, this matter can still be discussed." Gu Qingqing's face suddenly showed a difficult expression. Mo sneered. "The holy artifact has its own host. You can't force it. Even if he really gives it to you, you won't have the life to take it. Let's not waste any more time and follow me." He calmed down when he found that Yunxiao had taken out a saint artifact. Not to mention how powerful the saint artifact itself was. He had no confidence in it. Even the three people in front of him were not easy to take down. His ultimate goal was only the Buddhist demon sacred art, and he didn't want to engage in such a meaningless battle at all. Moreover, there were still many variables outside. If they really ended up fighting to the point where both sides were injured and lost the clues to the Buddhist demon sacred art, who could they cry to? Gu Qingqing snorted. "Little Tsong Tsong, how old are you? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. And you're a laughingstock for daring to come and give me advice. When I was researching saint artifacts, your grandfather wasn't even born yet." The referee's killing intent rose again from her rebuttal, and he snorted angrily to suppress it. He shouted, "Stop wasting time and follow me." Yunxiao raised his sword, pointed it at him and sneered, "If you want to take Gu Qingqing away, then fight to the end." He could also see that the referee did not want to fight anymore, so he did not want to fight either. He was eager to resolve this. Mo sneered, "She's been bound by the silver nomological patterns on my bone scale blades. There's no way she can escape. If she doesn't come with me, her strength will become weaker and weaker. In the end, her foundation will collapse, and her martial Tao will no longer exist." Yunxiao's heart trembled. After all, the silver pattern was very similar to the runes of the Chains of Law, and he could not tell its power. Gu Qingqing chuckled. "You're good, little Tsong Tsong. You're so bad. How can you treat me like this?" "Don't worry," she said to Yunxiao. "This old demon can't hurt me. I'll go with him." "I don't care if I can hurt you or not," Yunxiao said coldly. "Leave Yunxiang's body here, and I don't care whether you live or die." Gu Qingqing blinked and smiled. "Even if I leave my body here, it has already been struck by the silver runes of the laws. Other than the bone and scale blades of the Kuan, there's no other solution. What can you do?" Yunxiao's face darkened, and he felt dizzy. Yunxiang's body had not been recaptured yet, and now it was bound by the strange silver runes, which was really adding fuel to the fire. Gu Qingqing laughed. "I can see that you have a conscience for my disciple. How about this? I'll have a good talk with you when I return. As long as you agree to do something for me, I can consider returning this body to you." Yunxiao's eyes lit up. "What's the matter?" he asked hurriedly. He was very suspicious. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Besides, Luo Yunxiang's body had already swallowed the blood god bead. How could Gu Qingqing bear to give it up? Gu Qingqing said, "As for what it is, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I think about it. You have the Divine Realm tablet, so I'll definitely come back for you, so you don't have to worry about me running away." Yunxiao's face darkened, but he was in a dilemma. Let alone whether he could make Gu Qingqing stay. Even if he could force her to stay, how could he get rid of the silver runes on Yunxiang's body? "You came to me for the Divine Realm tablet. Do you know this tablet very well?" Yunxiao began to probe, hoping to find some clues about the artifact spirit. Gu Qingqing said, "This steel is related to the fate of the heavenly martial realm. It is obvious that you are also a person with destiny. I don't know much about it. Even if I knew, I couldn't tell you." Yunxiao cursed in his heart. His words were useless, so he went straight to the point and asked, "Although this monument is in my hands, it is missing its artifact spirit. Do you know of any way to retrieve it?" "Artifact spirit?" Gu Qingqing was shocked, obviously not knowing. After a moment of silence, she said, "This thing also has an artifact spirit? Although I don't know, there's someone who should know. I can ask him for you." "Who is it?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. Gu Qingqing chuckled. Even if I tell you, you won't recognize him. He might not even give me face. What? Xiao was surprised. From what you're saying, it seems that you know him. Then his age. Gu Qingqing laughed. Haha. Don't ask. I'll ask around about the artifact spirit for you. If that person knows that the Divine Realm tablet has come into being, I wonder what kind of expression he'll have. I'm looking forward to it, haha. Xiao was suspicious and did not know what to say. Don't laugh too early, Emo sneered. If we can't find the Buddhist demon sacred art, you'll be the one crying. Xiao was a little worried. After all, the real Buddhist demon sacred art was with him. He gave Gu Qingqing a questioning look. Gu Qingqing smiled and shook her head, indicating that she would not be in danger. All right, Xiao said. Since you insist on going, I won't stop you, and I believe you will come back. However, I have one condition for Lord Mo. You must withdraw the demon army outside. Mo's expression changed and he said coldly, Why? What qualifications do you have to make me withdraw my troops? No reason, Xiao said. With your strength, how can you be inferior to Shang? I'm afraid that you sent out your clone to confuse Shang. If the 3,000 great demon army continues to fight, it will be disadvantageous to you if there are too many casualties. Mo's face showed some hesitation, but he suddenly laughed out loud. Haha. Since you've seen through me, I won't hide it. I'm going to be the king of the beasts. I can retreat, but you humans must help me get rid of Shang and Huang. Xiao's heart stirred as he stared at him and said, Are you sure you want to eliminate 2 people this time? Killing intent flashed across Mo's face. I don't know how Shang's condition is now that he has the armillary sphere. If there's a chance, of course I'll get rid of him, he said. If they fight outside and both of them are injured, Xiao said, there's a chance. I don't mind helping you get rid of a great enemy. Shang was also a thorn in his side. Boom! Just as the two of them were discussing, the ground suddenly trembled. It was as if an impact force had come from the outside and rippled through the space. Everyone could feel it was extremely strong. What? Gu Qingqing was shocked. This 5-cloud mountain is connected to the sky and the earth. It can directly trigger the rhythm of the earth. It must be extraordinary to be able to produce such a huge vibration. Shang and my men should have the upper hand, Mo said with a serious expression. Why is there such a huge disturbance? Did something happen? Xiao's eyes lit up as he said in great joy, Could it be that Ten's Hozi has come? Other than Yu, the others all frowned, not knowing who Amaterasu was. Xiao explained briefly, Amaterasu is one of the current leaders of the human race. Let's go out first. If Amaterasu is here, then this battle will be worth fighting. Perhaps we can only find a chance to get rid of Shang. As for Huang, they thought that he was no match for Shang after being injured by Wei Qing's blade of execution. He had probably lost. The 5 of them and the crocodile flew out of the grotto heaven. The few people who had been fighting to the death previously kept changing their roles between friend and foe. In the end, they flew out of the heavenly abode together. Outside, a brilliant silver light could be seen. A terrifying aura surged in the sky, and the flames of war were burning everywhere. All kinds of Emperor Qi were running rampant. The battle seemed to have entered an extremely fierce level, and the killing was in a stalemate. How did this happen? Mo Xian was shocked. The situation was completely different from what he had expected. Although the demon race still had the upper hand, they had also suffered heavy losses. He scanned the area with his spirit senses and found that hundreds of the demons had been killed. It seemed that the situation had changed again. Previously, Huang had been on the side of the humans, but now he had joined forces with Hui to fight against the human army. The ones with the most energy fluctuations were the 3 people fighting in the sky above 5-Cloud Mountain. One of them was Shang, who had transformed into the true form of the Bane and spun the armillary sphere in his hand, his vast weapon aura shaking the world. However, the other party was 2 divine transcendence experts. One of them was wearing a green robe and had a cold expression. The golden battle blade in his hand was constantly slashing out blade lights, but they were all suppressed by the armillary sphere. The golden saber was suppressed by the level of the profound level weapon and lost more than half of its power. The man was having a hard time fighting. The other person was a woman with a frosty expression. She wielded a round profound level weapon with both hands, which shone with a terrifying green light as she fought with Xiang. Although the two of them were at a disadvantage in terms of profound level weapons, their own strength was extremely strong. Under their joint efforts, they could fight to a draw. Yun Xiao was taken aback. They were Kanggu Qiong from the council office and Si Tingyu, who rarely showed her face. As for the big wheel in Si Tingyu's hand, he was no stranger to it. It belonged to the Ghost King of Red Moon City. He didn't expect that she would be able to refine it in such a short period of time. Although it was still very unfamiliar, it could still exert a part of its power to contend against the armillary sphere, which was at least more useful than a 9th-tier profound artifact. He swept his gaze across the battlefield. Not only had Kanggu Qiong and Si Tingyu come, but a large number of experts had also arrived. In addition to the saints, the Sea of Soul Formation had also sent out many experts, but Lu Fian was nowhere to be seen. That's Ying Luo. On the other side of the battlefield, high up in the sky, it was like another battlefield, much gentler and more beautiful. The two silver rays of light were like the Milky Way, changing forms in the sky. It was beautiful. Yun Xiao was horrified. Two figures were sitting cross-legged in the room, occasionally performing incantation gestures, but they were both covered in cold sweat and their faces were pale. Amaterasu. That person was one of Shun Diyu's 3 elders, Amaterasu Z, who had long since stopped asking about the truth. He was known as one of the 2 pinnacle figures of the current generation's art. The other person who was competing with him was AI from the monster race. The two of them were competing purely with their mental energy, without any tricks. The silver river around him was formed by his spiritual power, and it was like the celestial phenomena of the universe, shaking and attacking back and forth. This Bayan, Yi and Gu Qingqing were also shocked. Such an intense scene was like an all-out war between the two races. Yun Xiao also came back to his senses. It seemed that the Sacred Zone and the Sea of Soul Formation were planning to annihilate the demon race here. Ever since Gu Qingqing suppressed the monster race under the 5-Cloud Mountain, the resentment between the two races has been growing. However, the monster race has always been weak, so they have been holding back. Now that they are on the verge of revival, the conflict has finally exploded. Yun Xiao said with a serious look. Gu Qingqing was dazed for a moment, then said with an innocent look, "Why are you putting the blame on me? It was little Tsong's grandfather's grandfather who asked me to do this. It was clearly their own request." What? Yun Xiao rolled his eyes at her. For thousands of years, Gu Qingqing has been living in the world as the hero of our ancestors. Gu Qingqing giggled. "I'm so shy. Why don't you go and tell everyone that the incident at 5-Cloud Mountain was entirely the Azure Demon Clan's own scheme and that I was just helping them with their wishes?" "Are you an idiot?" Yun Xiao was speechless. "Who would believe you? Go and tell them you're Gu Qingqing. See if they'll believe you." Gu Qingqing said, "What should we do now? The battle is so intense. I'm afraid that more than half of the masters of the 2 clans have gathered here." Yun Xiao was also shocked by the determination of the 2 holy lands. For from the Holy Council had come, as well as Tenzatzi and countless experts. In addition to Xianhua and Zhenyu, many experts from the Art Garden had also come to the Sea of Soul Formation. They were probably going to completely defeat the demons and exchange them for thousands of years of luck for the human race. But can Ying Luo really do it, Ying Luo? Yun Xiao was a little worried. He sneaked a glance at Mo and saw that the latter's face was very calm, and he could not tell what he was thinking. Yi's power was no weaker than Xiang's, and if he joined the battle, the balance would tilt. Is that the might of a saint artifact? If I can get the blood god bead, he won't have to worry about having a saint artifact. Mo's heart ached as he glared at Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing was also attracted by the fierce battle in the sky, and said in surprise, "Is the heavenly Tao really going to change in the era of saint artifacts?" The armillary sphere seemed to have fused with the banner, and the twin axes of heaven and earth continued to evolve in the air. The heavenly Tao was like the rolling wheels of time, pressing forward. In the world formed by the armillary sphere, Yi's expression was solemn as he made a hand seal with one hand. There was no demonic qi on his body. It was purely his powerful weapon accumulation that was shaking the heaven and earth. He seemed to have become a star in the universe. Si Tingyu and Kanggu Qiong's faces turned pale. Their connection with the realm of heavenly martial arts seemed to be slowly lost under the mighty power of the artifact, which was constantly being integrated into the armillary sphere. The power of the world is getting stronger and stronger, Kanggu Qiong said. If we drag this on, we'll fall into a quagmire. Let's use our full strength to break this shackle and leave this space. All right? That armillary sphere is too powerful, Si Tingyu said sternly. He can actually use it so exquisitely. I'm afraid that we can't suppress him with our strength alone. Let's leave first, Kanggu Qiong replied. He waved his golden saber in front of him and performed several incantation gestures with one hand. Countless forces poured into the saber, and shadows of beasts roared out and circled around him like hundreds of beasts galloping. The power of the blade was constantly increasing. Within a few feet, the power of the world was shaken by the blade light, and it seemed like it was going to break through the air. Si Tingyu flew up and landed on the samsara wheel. Countless runes flew up. Xiang's calm face twitched a little. He opened his eyes and sneered. You want to leave? It seems that my use of the armillary sphere still has flaws. He changed his hand seal, and golden and silver light flew out of the horns on his forehead. He pressed his hands forward. The two rays of light instantly turned black and white, spinning in the air like a Tai Chi fish. They suddenly pressed down on the endless sky and directly enveloped the two of them. Gu Qingqing was shocked. The Huodo clan's Tai Chi sky sealing seal. Yunxiao remembered that Feng Yaoli had sealed a wisp of Huodo's soul in the space of his right pupil. That fellow would probably not let him go. As soon as the Taiji sky sealing seal was unleashed, Kanggu Qiong and Si Tingyu's powers were immediately suppressed. Si Tingyu's expression changed slightly, but she instantly calmed down and said, Once the seal is out, even you can't do anything, so what's the use? It's a very weak move. Xiang's lips curled into a cold smile. Oh, really? It seems like your understanding of the Huodo clan is still limited to tens of thousands of years ago. How sad. The armillary sphere transformed into a small ball and merged into his glabella, spinning continuously. He shouted loudly, and the dual axis of heaven and earth burst out with an extremely strong light. The demonic aura that had never appeared before suddenly surged. What? Kanggu Qiong and Si Tingyu were both shocked. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Xiang laughed coldly and walked over. Perhaps he had deliberately slowed down his pace, but every move was full of demonic power, directly shaking the other party's heart, making the internal organs of the two people feel as if they were being fried in water. So strong. Under the sky sealing seal, his strength didn't decrease at all. How did he do it? Mo Jing asked, his eyes filled with horror. In the Tao of Heaven, the surplus would be damaged, the insufficient would be supplemented, the high would be suppressed, and the low would be raised. It meant that the heavens would compensate for the areas that were lacking and suppress the areas that were strong. For example, the Calamity Tower clan's heaven sealing stamp could seal all laws and divine powers, which was against the heavenly Tao. If the heaven sealing stamp was used, it would seal one's own power, which was a balance of the heavenly Tao. But now, after Xiang used the sky sealing stamp, he did not seal his own strength and the balance of the heavenly Tao was broken. Who in the world could be his match? Yunxiao also fell into deep thought. Not only had Xiang broken through the shackles of this divine power, but so had Feng Yaoli. If they could not find a way to break it, they would be in great danger. He observed carefully, wanting to see how these two from the Sanctuary Council would break through. At this moment, Black Universe Protector, Xianxia, and the other experts were busy killing each other and couldn't even be distracted. Master Si Tingyu, is there a way to break it? Kanggu Qiong asked anxiously. Si Tingyu's expression was cold, but her eyes were rippling. She was obviously very anxious as well. If I can fully control the great wheel of samsara, I might be able to break it. However, the time is too short, and there are too many profound meanings that I can't learn. Kanggu Cheong observed the battle from the corner of his eyes. Even though it looked like a close fight, the humans were actually the weaker side. It was impossible for them to spare any manpower to rescue them. Even if they did, who would have the ability to rescue them from Shang's sky-sealing seal? What should we do then? Kanggu Cheong asked anxiously. Shang walked over step by step. His aura was so strong that it shook their hearts. If they had not forcefully suppressed it, they would have vomited blood. Si Tingyu gritted his teeth. Can you buy me 10 breaths of time? I'll try my best to activate the secret skill on the wheel and break the seal with the power of the treasure. Even if I fail, I'll at least be able to return us some freedom. 10 breaths? Haha, what a joke. Right now, not only is your origin power sealed, even your profound level weapons are suppressed. Don't even think about it for a single breath. He laughed wildly, showing off his domineering aura that had been around for tens of thousands of years. Ever since he had awakened in this era, he had never felt so comfortable and carefree before. In a flash, he appeared in front of Kanggu Cheong and smacked him with his palm as if he was smacking a fly and a mouse. He was looking down on him with the contempt of a superior. Kanggu Cheong's face turned pale, and his eyes suddenly lit up. With a loud roar, a golden light appeared in front of him, turning into countless golden runes that spun in the sky. He was shocked. Under the seal, all kinds of divine arts were sealed. The other party shouldn't have any strength left. Si Tingyu was also taken aback, but he was immediately overjoyed. With a shout, he quickly formed a seal with both hands and slammed it on the samsara wheel. Obscure sounds echoed around the wheel, as if the gate of hell was slowly opening. A green light gushed out from the wheel, resisting the power of the seal. Yunxiao was taken aback when he saw figures emerge around the great wheel of samsara. They were the 33 Merit Chao. This profound level weapon is a Kasaya. Gu Qingqing was also shocked, and she said, "The small wheel 3-phase life transformation wheel? I'm not dreaming, right? You also recognize this thing?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. What? After a short moment of shock, Gu Qingqing came back to her senses and snorted. When this lady was studying the saint artifact, your grandfather was still playing with mud. The number of saint artifacts in this world is far greater than you can imagine. The samsara wheel is formed by a wisp of the power of samsara, and it's not within the 3 realms or the 5 elements. No wonder the heaven-sealing stamp of the Calamity Tower clan couldn't seal him. But Ingluo Gu Qingqing looked at him suspiciously. What's that thing in that old man's hand? It's actually able to resist the seal. I seem to have some impression of it. I've seen similar records, but I can't recall it at the moment. Golden runes appeared in Kanggu Cheong's hands and formed the ancient Maha character. 3 rays of starlight shot out and turned into 3 wheels, namely the sun, the moon, and the stars. Shang's movements became extremely slow under the 3 rounds, as if time was constantly shrinking. That's the cosmic disk, Yunxiao said. It's a cosmic disk. The cosmic light plate? It's actually this item. Gu Qingqing called out again. Her face was full of shock, and then it was filled with regret and jealousy. She said angrily, "Why is there so much good stuff in this era? In this lady's era, there was only bird shit. Can't you just be quiet?" Mo Nu glared at her. However, he also seemed to be very curious, so he asked, "What is the cosmic light plate?" In the demon race's legends, Huado's heaven-sealing seal can seal all divine powers. It's truly unbelievable and incomprehensible to see both of them break it. "Please be quiet," Gu Qingqing snorted. "This is originally half of a pair of profound artifacts," Yunxiao explained. "Since ancient times, it has been known as the universe, and it controls the rules of time. The other half is space, and I'm in control of the rules of space." "I see," Mo Jing said. "Time and space are part of the heavenly Tao. No wonder it can resist the sky-sealing seal." Shang's face turned dark, and his eyes seemed to be burning with anger. The attack that he had thought would definitely win had actually turned out to be so pathetic. His speed seemed to have been slowed down infinitely, and time had been distorted. On the great wheel of samsara, a powerful force crossed over from the void. The 33 gongchao materialized and each made a hand seal. Under the 33 incantation seals, the light of reincarnation slowly condensed. Ha! Si Tingyu yelled and slammed her hands on the samsara wheel. Boom! The light of reincarnation shot through the sky and instantly tore a hole in the sky of seal. 10 breaths are up. Kanggu Qiong was overjoyed. He had already been overwhelmed by the power of the cosmic light plate. Now that the seal had been broken, the laws in the sky descended, and his strength was restored. The cosmic light plate was retracted, and the golden saber beside him slashed out. Bang! The golden ring-shaped blade instantly struck Xiang's fist wind, and a golden light burst out. Kanggu Qiong spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. He retreated with his golden saber, but he heaved a sigh of relief. The Taiji diagram that filled the sky dissipated. Si Tingyu also forcefully activated the wheel. After condensing the light of reincarnation, she suffered a backlash and retreated with injuries. The 33 techniques instantly turned into a green light and disappeared like smoke. So what if I can escape once? Xiang replied coldly. Even if I don't use the heaven-sealing mark, I will still blow you up one by one. The armillary sphere appeared again and fell into his hand. The 2 axes of heaven and earth rotated, and 2 illusionary lights appeared and fell on the 2. Si Tingyu retreated in shock, but he couldn't escape in time and was trapped inside. Kanggu Qiong was shocked. He took out the cosmic light plate again to block the power and then retreated. The referee sneered and ignored him. Instead, he appeared in front of Si Tingyu and threw a punch. Si Tingyu's face was livid. The backlash from the light of samsara was so severe that she didn't dare to use the big wheel anymore. Instead, she cupped her hands in a circle in front of her body. A cold light flashed, and a 6-sided meteor dart that was 2 feet long and wide flew out. Boom! Xiang's fist landed on the dart, and the originally dim runes and lines on it suddenly became clear and bright, and countless runes glowed. However, it still couldn't block the punch. The demonic aura landed on Si Tingyu's body, and she spat out another mouthful of blood as she retreated. The defeat of the 2 was almost a foregone conclusion. Yunxiao frowned. He could see the situation very clearly. If the 2 of them were defeated, the stalemate would be torn apart, and no one would be able to defeat Xiang. The situation would then be one-sided. Black Universe Guard was entangled by Desolate, so he couldn't even spare a moment to escape. Xianxia, the forces of the Sea of Soul Formation, and Wei Shishir were also drowned in the demon army, and their casualties continued to increase. The 2 Holy Lands had joined forces, but they were still in such a sorry state. The situation was precarious. Gu Qingqing also saw it clearly and said, "Little Tsong, didn't you want to seize the position of Demon Emperor? If I join forces with the human race now, I might still be able to suppress him. If I lose this opportunity, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for me to make a comeback." "Tisk, old witch, you want to trick me into making a move with your IQ?" Mo Yun said sarcastically. "Snatching the Demon Emperor's position is a major event. Isn't defeating the human army a major event? In my opinion, the humans still have some strength left. If they struggle, they might be able to injure Xiang severely, and then I will avenge you." He looked on coldly, waiting to reap the benefits. Gu Qingqing was speechless. She turned to Yunxiao and said, "Little lover, quickly summon your army of 30,000 from the Divine Realm tablet and sweep them away." Yunxiao's face was full of black lines as he said resentfully, "If I had 30,000 troops, would I still be bullied by you?" Hee. Gu Qingqing laughed. "Then what should we do? Are you going to watch as my clan members are annihilated?" TSK. I didn't think that after thousands of years the human race would become such trash. You've really disgraced me. The key thing now is that Mr. Ku is here, Yunxiao said. If I summon all my friends from the Divine Realm tablet, I might be able to hold Xiang back, but I'll end up benefiting Mr. Huang instead. I might even end up dead. If you can keep Mr. Huang in check, I will suppress Xiang." Gu Qingqing was troubled. "Look at me now. Can I suppress little Tsang? She asked. There's one person who can, Yunxiao said. He can. Who? Gu Qingqing was stunned. The Divine Firmament Palace, Yunxiao said word by word. Gu Qingqing's eyes flashed with surprise. She slapped her head and said, How could I have forgotten about her? She looked up at the 5-cloud mountain and muttered to herself, If it's her, even if she can't defeat little Tsang, she should be able to suppress it. Mo's expression changed and he angrily snorted, Impudent! You actually ignored my existence. Gu Qingqing chuckled. No, we're not. We're just afraid of you. That's why we're so careful. Do you think I'll let you have your way? Mo sneered. Lady Gu Qingqing, Yunxiao said, go and let Hongyan out. I'll hold her back. With a wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning shot towards Yi. Mo's eyes narrowed. You really can't be left alive, he said coldly. You've finally started to court death. Cheiyu and Baiming then also brandished their long swords and restrained Yi from the left and right, ready to attack at any moment. Yunxiao sneered. It's all because of Mr. Ku's good plan. You want to be the demon emperor and at the same time you want to hurt our people. There's no such good thing in the world. An ancient sage once said that you can't have both. If Hongyan were here, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to get both. Mo's expression changed slightly. He did have such thoughts. He had never seen Chu Hongyan's strength, but since she was the master of the Divine Cloud Palace, she must be an extremely difficult person to deal with. If the human race turned the tables in the end and he lost the opportunity to ascend to the Demon Emperor throne, he would really be in deep trouble. The referee seemed to be moved by his words. In your opinion, what should we do? Let's join forces and kill Shang. You're the Demon Emperor. I'll save everyone. It's really hard to convince the public that I'm having an internal strife in the face of the two races' righteousness, Mo said. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit, Yunxiao said with a smile. Only the winner can convince the masses. You killed Shang, suppressed Huang, and united the demon race. You can fight us again in the future. Don't think that just because the demon race has the upper hand in front of us, they will win for sure. If I'm not wrong, the two Holy Lands are sending reinforcements. When the time comes, this battle will be a quagmire, and no one will be able to get out of it. Behind our race is the boundless heavenly martial continent with countless powerhouses. Do you really want to bet on this, Mr. Ku? Gu Qingqing slightly nodded and said seriously, My little lover is right. Only the peaceful coexistence of the two races is the right way. No matter who wanted to destroy the other party, it was not only a fool's dream, but they would also fall into an endless quagmire and be unable to extricate themselves. Furthermore, the demons were weak. Even if they could win today, could they withstand the counterattacks of the humans in the future? The two clans have always been in constant conflict, but there has never been a real large-scale battle that directly involved the foundation of the two clans. You still have the face to say that? Yunxiao scolded. If you had not suppressed the demon race under 5-Cloud Mountain thousands of years ago, the hatred between the two races would not have reached such a deep level. Then it's my fault, Gu Qingqing laughed. What are you still doing here? Yunxiao said angrily. What are you doing here? Quickly go and release Hongyan. Gu Qingqing said. This 5-Cloud Mountain was originally a profound level weapon that I refined. But now, it's only a wisp of divine sense that has descended into Yunxiang's body. When I used the wandering secular world technique earlier, I found that I could no longer control it. I'm afraid it won't be easy to take it back. Then what should we do? Yunxiao asked anxiously. Gu Qingqing said, I'll teach you the art of the wandering world. When this is over, you can slowly explore it. This 5-Cloud Mountain is my gift to you. Yunxiao. He suddenly laughed and said, Haha, looks like I don't need to make a choice. The Divine Firmament Palace Lord won't be able to come out anytime soon, so you can just wait for Shang and your tribe to be defeated and reap the benefits. Yunxiao. Gu Qingqing cried out, Aya, what should we do now? Those two people from the sacred zone are about to be killed. As they were conversing, Tingyu and Kangwu Qiong were constantly spurting out blood from their attacks as they struggled to hold on. Meanwhile, Shang was strolling around leisurely. "It's all your fault," Yun Xiao said angrily. "You've said everything. You're blaming me again," Gu Qingqing said, feeling wronged. Yun Xiao was speechless. "I can't care about that anymore. Although I don't like the people from the Sacred Zone's administrative department and the Mystic Garden, they are the two pillars of the human race after all. They can't fall. Let's take one step at a time." After saying that, Yun Xiao flew up and went after Shang. He felt a wave of worry in his heart. What kind of joke was this? If the four from the Holy Region's administrative department, Lord Tenzatzi, and many experts from the Art Garden were to fall here, what kind of earth-shattering event would that be? It would probably directly shake the influence and leadership positions of the two Holy Lands. If the two Holy Lands were to collapse, then the world would truly be in chaos. The crocodile also opened its mouth and turned into a strong wind that dragged him up to the sky. After absorbing the astral wind spirit in the deep and quiet water path, the crocodile's personality seemed to have changed. From being lazy all day long, it became aggressive and fierce. It was hard to say whether it was good or bad. "Do the two of you want to rest for a while?" Just as Kangwu Qiong and Tingyu were spurting blood from the beating, they heard the most beautiful sound in the world. "It's Li Yunxiao." Kangwu Qiong was taken aback for a moment, but then he was overjoyed. He hurriedly retreated behind Yunxiao and said, "I'll leave it to Martial Emperor Vanquisher." Tingyu also staggered and dodged behind him without saying a word. "Are there any reinforcements coming?" Yun Xiao asked. "Are there any reinforcements?" "We've already sent a message back," Kangwu Qiong replied hurriedly. "I'm afraid that an army will arrive soon. We've underestimated the enemy's strength." "That's good," Yun Xiao nodded. "I think I can still delay it for a while. If there are no reinforcements, I'll turn back home now, and maybe I can make it in time for dinner." Tingyu, Ing Luo. "You must be joking, Sir Pajun," Kangwu Qiong replied with a bitter smile. Not only did they send a message back to the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation, they also sent a message to the Soul Devourer sect and the Myriad Stars Valley, which are the closest to this place. There should be reinforcements soon. Only then did Yun Xiao feel relieved. "All right, I'll try my best to stall him for a while. If the reinforcements don't arrive after a long time, I won't keep you company any longer. My mother is asking me to go home early for dinner." Tingyu's face was pale, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. She didn't know why she was sweating. "Sir Pajun, please do your best. We are extremely grateful." "It's related to the rise and fall of my clan," Yun Xiao said. "Although I don't like you, I can't care about that at this time." "Are you done explaining?" the referee sneered. "Are you sure that reinforcements will come?" Yun Xiao asked again. Tingyu, Ing Luo. "I'm sure," Kangwu Qiong replied bitterly. Only then did Yun Xiao feel relieved, as if he had gained some confidence. He chuckled at the judge and said, "It's a coincidence that we meet again. I didn't think we would meet so soon." "You want to buy time for reinforcements?" the referee asked. "Although I don't dare to say that I'm invincible, there aren't many people in the world who can save you. Compared to killing them, I'm more interested in killing you." Yun Xiao shook his head. "Waiting for reinforcements is just one of the reasons. I still want to tell you something. The Azure Demon armor is no weaker than you, and he's waiting for you to get injured so that he can reap the benefits." At the foot of 5 Cloud Mountain, Mo's expression changed and he roared, "Li Yun Xiao, you deserve to die." Gu Qingqing laughed. "Haha, my little lover is really interesting." Shang's eyes narrowed as he looked down, shooting out a killing intent. He then sneered and said, "The Azure Demon tribe is indeed a little troublesome, but with the Armillary Sphere in my hands, I can suppress all the demons and become the Emperor again. You don't have to worry about this. You should worry about how you're going to die." With a zhang sound, an axis shot out from the Armillary Sphere and cut across the sky. Yun Xiao's face flickered. After he had pulled out the ally Shengang, his strength had not yet recovered, but the horizontal line was so powerful that it made him feel powerless. "Is this a completely refined saint weapon?" Xiao was horrified. He finally understood why Kanggu Qiong and Si Tingyu had been defeated so easily even when they had joined forces. Let me do it. A battle of this level is not something you can participate in. Yu chuckled and the Shumi Anthing's sword slashed through the air. It was light and clean. Bang! The sword was struck by the axis and trembled. The dragon chi was scattered, causing Yu's arm to go numb. He could not help but take a step back to dispel the impact. How can he be so strong? Yu was shocked as well, but he was in a much better state than Yi. After all, Yi's bone scale blades were a huge counter to him. Be careful, Xiao said seriously. Don't die here. Just delay him as much as you can and wait for reinforcements. Yu did not dare to be careless, he said. Do your best. He transformed into a dragon and charged forward. Without saying anything, Beifeng then also followed up with his sword. The crocodile roared and turned into a blade of astral wind. Although there were still many people in the Divine Realm tablet, those below Divine Transcendence would be cannon fodder. Only the patrolling bullfighting could be sent out, but it wouldn't increase the combat power by much unless it was the Lingmu flute, but the Lingmu flute wasn't something he could command. Li Yunxiao, the judge said, don't you understand the situation yet? I'm the only saint weapon that can display its full power in tens of thousands of years. It's enough to suppress all experts below the godly state. The power of the armillary sphere spread out, and the starry sky evolved. In an instant, the four of them were enveloped within it, and an extremely strong suppressive force came from the sky. Kanggu Qiong and Si Tingyu knew how powerful it was, so they ran far away to rest and regulate their breathing. Beifeng then frowned. The sword in his hand began to tremble under the power of the armillary sphere, and it kept whimpering. It was being suppressed by the power of the level. Yu's two swords gave off green dragon chi which clashed with the rule world of the armillary sphere. There were constant sounds of battle and the shape of a dragon could be seen. The four of them were extremely vigilant. Chi laughed and pointed his finger down. Stars like rain! The stars in the sky immediately began to sway and fall from the sky, turning into a heavy rain. Countless beautiful meteors flashed across the sky and smashed toward Xiao and the other three. With a shake of his right hand, Beifeng then kept the eternal imperial sword. He then formed his palms and used a strange physical technique to resist the starfall with his physical strength. Countless stars were shattered a few feet away from his palm, unable to get close to him. And Beifeng then walked towards Shang, facing the falling stars. He knew that he had to attack the main target, otherwise the battle under the armillary sphere would only get worse. Yu's sword split open a path and headed straight for Shang. He turned into a dragon and roared. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, 1,000 deaths. Yi's expression turned cold as he said softly. The entire world spun, and the two of them were suddenly shackled, unable to move forward. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he cried out in surprise. Not good! Quickly retreat! The twisting space was like a titan spring that suddenly bounced back. In an instant, countless beams of light appeared in the air and turned into tens of thousands of slashes that shot toward the two of them. Yunxiao patted the crocodile next to him, and the crocodile immediately understood what he meant. It turned into a strong wind and rushed up, forming a wind shield in front of the two men, twisting and shattering the beam of light. Bang, bang, bang. However, there were still many that passed through. The two of them fought back with great difficulty and were beaten into a sorry state. Fortunately, their physical bodies were strong, so they were not seriously injured. With a solemn expression, Yunxiao immediately took out the Divine Realm tablet and activated it with all his might. Countless Maha-ancient characters emerged on the steel and turned into scriptures that danced in the sky. The armillary sphere suddenly made a clang sound, as if it had encountered a strong enemy. The vast suppression of the weapon essence fell from the sky, trying to suppress the Divine Realm tablet. At the same time, the Divine Realm tablet also made a sound and flew over uncontrollably, turning into a huge jade tablet and directly blasting at the armillary sphere. Yunxiao was taken aback. He could not control the Divine Realm tablet as he wished, for fear that he would not be able to defeat the other party. Boom! The two profound level weapons clashed together, and a dual-colored light spread out. It was as if two worlds were colliding. Everyone was shocked and looked over in horror. The primordial astral wind took the opportunity to spin and roll up Che Yu and Bai Mingnan, bringing them back to Yunxiao's side in an instant. Many experts in the entire battle circle slowed down their moves and looked over. They felt the terrifying collision of the world power, and their hearts were overwhelmed with horror. Gu Qingqing and the judge stared at it without blinking, their faces full of shock. It was difficult to even take a look at a saint artifact, let alone two saint artifacts clashing. This was even more unheard of. Kanggu Qiong and Si Tingyu looked at each other in surprise. They seemed to be deep in thought. At this moment, the Divine Realm Tablet was almost an independent resistance instinct, which was beyond Yunxiao's control. He did not expect it to have such an effect, and he was overjoyed. If he could counter the armillary sphere, it would be much easier to deal with Shang. He pretended to be able to control the Divine Realm Tablet freely and laughed confidently. "Haha! You're so arrogant just because you have a saint artifact? It's the era where everyone has a saint artifact." The thousands of people on the battlefield were all upset. Looking at the profound level weapons in their hands, they felt that they were like scrap metal and were extremely disdainful. Shang was initially shocked, worried that his armillary sphere might be damaged. But when he realized that they were basically on par, his expression eased. When he heard Yunxiao's words, he was so angry that he said angrily, "Even if I don't have a saint weapon, I'll still kill you all." The two horns on Yi's forehead shot out golden and silver light, which directly struck the air and turned into a large area in front of them. It looked like thunder, but it was not thunder, and its power was far stronger than thunder. Boom! The four of them were instantly sent flying, and the space where they had been standing exploded into pieces. Boom! 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 Yi's expression was cold as he continued to use the power of his horns to bombard them, causing the four of them to flee in all directions. That's not right. Yunxiao's primordial energy is extremely weak, and he has not been distracted to control the holy artifact at all. This is the holy artifact's independent resistance. Shang suddenly came to a realization. He looked up at the two saint weapons fighting in the sky and immediately understood. With his talent, it had taken him tens of thousands of years to refine the armillary sphere to this point. He would never believe that Yunxiao could control a saint artifact as well as he could. There are also different levels within saint artifacts. This jade monument can fight equally with the armillary sphere, so it must be extraordinary. Why haven't I heard of it before? Shang was bewildered, but he was not too worried because the higher the grade of a profound level weapon, the more difficult it was to refine. In his opinion, Yunxiao would never be able to refine this saint weapon in his life. I don't believe it. The armillary sphere is the demon clan's inheritance treasure. How could it lose to a mere jade tablet? Shang's temper flared up all of a sudden. He attacked the few of them with his twin horns while making hand seals, constantly sending incantations into the armillary sphere to suppress the Divine Realm Tablet. The vast power became stronger and stronger. The two forces of the world surged in the air, and the Divine Realm Tablet seemed to show signs of being unable to withstand it. It began to be suppressed, and the light circle kept shrinking. For some reason, Yunxiao felt a sense of oppression. It was the backlash from the Divine Realm Tablet, and he immediately vomited blood. He immediately sensed the great danger. If the Divine Realm Tablet was suppressed, the world power of the armillary sphere would all be added to his body. No matter how strong his physical body was, he would probably be crushed into pieces. Bang! Just as he slowed down and was restrained by the backlash, a dual-colored light shot down, but was sent flying by Che Yu's sword. He said anxiously, "What's wrong with you?" "The injuries are acting up." Yunxiao shook his head and looked up at the sky worriedly as he said, "If the Divine Realm Tablet is suppressed, I'm afraid I'll be finished." His hands quickly formed hand seals and immediately, Tusada Heavenly Peak was released, turning into a small mountain and pressing down towards the sky. The five-colored light of the Tusada Heavenly Peak swept into the power of the world. Although its speed was slowed, it continued to spin without stopping. That's Ingluo. Gu Qingqing was stunned and asked in surprise. It's not suppressed by the weapon essence of a holy weapon? What kind of profound level weapon is this? It looks unusually rough, but I didn't expect this kid to have so many good things. Yi's expression changed drastically, and he felt a sense of lingering fear. This thing was the one that had directly shattered his dragon-lock starry sky formation. He couldn't help but feel worried that the armillary sphere would be destroyed by this attack. After all, it was the most precious treasure of the demon race. Xiang was equally shocked. Although he did not think that the Tusita Peak could damage the armillary sphere, he had personally witnessed it injuring the Ghost King. It was definitely a nightmarish profound level weapon. He didn't dare to take the risk and hurriedly recalled the armillary sphere. The force that suppressed the Divine Realm tablet retreated, and the tablet suddenly glowed. The two profound level weapons shook in the air and then flew back to each other. Si Tingyu looked pensive. She also had a saint artifact, but she couldn't use it as freely as the two of them, and the power she could exert was extremely limited. Yunxiao's figure flickered as he flew up into the air and retrieved the Divine Realm tablet. At the same time, he made a hand seal and slapped both hands on the Tusita Heavenly Peak. The speed of transformation was more than 10 times faster, and in an instant it became a towering mountain, falling towards Xiang like a giant pillar that held up the sky. His heart trembled. He didn't know if he could withstand this mountain, but he obviously didn't want to try. With a loud roar, he twisted space and directly shattered the passage, moving sideways as if he had teleported. Yunxiao sighed in his heart. The biggest flaw of Tusita Heavenly Peak was that it was too clumsy. His hands formed a seal in the air, and the mountain returned to its original state with a bang, returning to his palm. In an instant, Yi appeared thousands of feet away. The moment he appeared, he felt an extremely strong sword while slashing down. With an angry grunt, he punched out, and with a bang, countless sword lights were sent flying. Yu's two swords clashed. Everything within a radius of a few yards was within the compressed dragon domain. He increased his power as much as he could and forcefully pressed down on the fist radiance. Xiang's eyes flickered. As his horns glowed, even his pupils turned gold and silver. Yu cursed in his heart as a dangerous aura began to gather in front of him. Just as he was about to withdraw his sword and retreat, he heard Bei Xiaonan shout, "Hold on!" Countless green lights appeared above the two of them and gathered to form a palm that suddenly pressed down like a meteorite. The green light on the palm pulsed and gave off a sense of decay. At a glance, it was obvious that it was highly toxic. Xiang was taken aback. At his level, he was extremely sensitive to the heavenly Tao. The palm was extraordinary, but what made his heart twitch more was the green poison. "Open!" Xiang roared, gathering the power on his horns and turning them into a ball in his palm. He slammed it into Yu and sent him flying. The dragon realm created by the two swords was also shaken and scattered. After shaking the car off, Xiang did not dare to stay any longer. The poison on the palm was too strong, and he dodged to the side. Boom! The green palm hit nothing but air. Within the explosion of poisonous light, Beifeng Nan's illusionary figure appeared and directly flew over. His palms were like butterflies flying through the flowers, attacking Xiang continuously. The 7 illusion green dagger was like smoke in his hands, spreading out. "Hurry up!" Beiming Nan suddenly said. "Faster!" Both Yu and Yunxiao were taken aback, but their eyes lit up when they realized what was going on. There was a flash of dragon light and Yu appeared above Xiang. He turned into countless dragon shadows and slashed down with the sword of the true dragon, aiming for Xiang's vital points. Yunxiao teleported up as well. With a flash of red and white light, the sword killer stabbed toward the man's eyes. Both of them had fought countless life and death battles, and they immediately understood what Bei Xiaonan meant. He was using speed to attack, forcing the other party to have no time and space to fight back. Under the pressure, he was overwhelmed and had no chance to use the armillary sphere or the sky sealing seal. Any powerful move would require a certain amount of time to be used. Unless Xiang was willing to give up on resisting and use his body to take a hit in exchange for time, he would not be able to deal with them. Whether it was the true dragon dual swords, the sword death slashing red, or the 7 illusion green damask, he didn't dare to use his body to receive them. Even if he were to madly push back 2 people, there would definitely be one more person who would take turns to attack him, forcing him to be unable to use his big move. It might be difficult to win in this way. After all, there was a gap in strength, but it was extremely effective in stalling for time. All of Xiang's power was gold and silver. Under the cover of the dual-colored light, he could not break free from the 3's attack. The crocodile roared as well and transformed into a 30-meter-tall giant spirit. It roared and shot out countless wind blades, cutting through the gaps between the 3's joint attacks. Xiang was both shocked and furious. For a moment, he was at a disadvantage and was in constant danger. Kanggu Qiong and Si Tingyu were overjoyed. They did not expect Yun Xiao and the others to have such an effect, and their spirits were lifted. Gu Qingqing also smiled, using speed to pin them down. These brats really do have a way. It's extremely difficult for the 4 of them to win with their combined strength, but it's not a bad idea to just delay them while waiting for reinforcements. The judge looked on in shock and didn't say a word, as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came. Tisk tsk. So many strong souls, what a good place. Yun Xiao could tell who it was. He frowned and looked over coldly. Huang Fu Bai. Kanggu Qiong was overjoyed. A ball of green light appeared in the sky, and it grew larger and larger. More than 10 figures appeared in it, all of them wearing the same black robes. The leader's face was pale and strange, as if he had applied makeup. His eyes were fixed on the battlefield. You're finally here, Kanggu Qiong said happily, as Huang Fu Bai's eyes swept across the battlefield. His joy grew stronger and stronger, and he laughed wildly. Ha ha, Sir Kanggu Qiong. You've taken so long to get me here with such a delicious meal. The eyes of the soul devourer sex experts behind him also glowed with green light. They were extremely excited. They could clearly see the souls flying in the sky, and all of them were powerful. They all laughed happily. Please do your best, my lord, Kanggu Qiong replied. Don't worry, said Huang Fu Bai with a smile. Si Tingyu wanted to say something, but he couldn't help but interrupt. You must not take the souls of our clan's experts. Huang Fu Bai gave a perfunctory reply and said with a somewhat dissatisfied look, I'll be careful. Ha ha ha. The experts of the Soul Devourer sect seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They rushed into the battlefield and used all kinds of soul-devouring flags to absorb the wandering souls in the sky. They didn't care what race they were from. Si Tingyu said angrily, Lord Huang Fu Bai, you're so cowardly. Huang Fu Bai patted his forehead and said, Lord Si Tingyu, it's all my fault. I didn't manage to restrain my subordinates well. Please forgive me, Lord Si. I'll definitely punish them severely when we get back. Si Tingyu was furious. They were all experts from the Saint Realm and the Soul Formation Sea. They had already sacrificed themselves heroically, and now their souls were being refined by them. She was so angry that she almost charged forward. Kanggu Qiong appeared in front of her and stopped her. He shook his head slightly, indicating that she should not act rashly. Si Tingyu's face was livid. He snorted heavily and turned around, ignoring her. Ha ha ha. Huang Fu Bai sneered and released the golden speaker, then rushed into the battlefield. The Soul Devourer sect's participation caused a commotion in the arena, and the human race's weak situation was alleviated to a certain extent. Soul Devourer sect? Gu Qingqing was also surprised. Her eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. She turned around and said, Little Tsong Tsong, I'm afraid that the human race's experts will continue to descend. Are you really confident that you can win in the end? Xiang crossed his arms in front of his chest, paying attention to Xiang's condition. He ignored everything else and snorted. If there's no other way, Xiang will definitely give the order to retreat. Moreover, don't forget that most of the Monster Clan's forces are my subordinates. The Monster Clan that used to belong to Desolate doesn't have many people left. I'm afraid that they're on the way to gather. Gu Qingqing was shocked. If that's the case, then we still have a chance to fight. But aren't you worried that Ingluo is draining the power of your direct line? What's there to worry about? Emo sneered. After today, all of the monster race's forces will be my subordinates. Xiang's strength lies in the armillary sphere and the heaven's seal. He mumbled to himself. As long as we force him to the point where he can't fight back, we still have a high chance of winning. You've received a revelation? Gu Qingqing smiled. Mo nodded. Unless he's willing to take one of their attacks and use Heaven's Seal to open up a distance, it'll be difficult for him to escape their fast attacks. This tactic might be difficult for others to pull off, but it suits me very well. He could split himself into a few divine transcendent beings. Furthermore, the blood escape was one of the most powerful movement techniques in the world, so it was the most suitable for entangling with Xiang. The tactics of Biming Nan's group of three had inspired the referee, making him extremely happy. Mo's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared. Gu Qingqing was stunned, and immediately shouted, "Not good!" He charged into the huge battlefield like a ghost. With a flash of blood, a human expert died on the spot. He thought he had found a way to deal with Xiang, and so he started to attack the humans without fear. Wherever the blood light passed, heads would fall to the ground, and the blood would be gone as soon as it shot out. The dead people instantly became mummies, without a drop of blood left. What demons and ghosts! One of the incarnations, Elder Hai, angrily rebuked. The blood-red light rushed in front of him, and a thick battle saber slashed out with a loud cry. Bang! The battle blade was broken, and the elder's head flew off. His body turned into a dried corpse. More than 10 human martial artists had died, but Yi's figure was still not clearly seen. Huang Fu Bai was 30% combat and 70% soul-sucking, so he quickly discovered that the bloodlight was coming towards him. He laughed coldly and said, "You're looking for death." The Pangu flag was sent over. Bang! The blood shadow approached him and turned into Yi's figure. Suddenly, he struck out with both palms and hit the Yi, shattering countless souls. Moreover, the palm force penetrated the long banner and blasted toward his body. What? Huang Fu Bai was instantly shocked as this person's strength was actually above his. Without time to think, the golden speaker suddenly entered his body. His two souls merged into one, and his strength instantly increased. His entire body was golden, and he roared as he struck out with his palm. Bang! The huge palm force exploded on the battlefield, shocking everyone. Huang Fu Bai vomited blood on the spot and was instantly pushed back a few thousand feet, his body trembling. Ascend the mountain, and reach the peak. He spat out another mouthful of blood after uttering those words with great difficulty. His face was ashen in an instant. What? Everyone was shocked, and almost everyone couldn't help but look over. When the demon clansmen saw Yi's figure, they couldn't help but cheer. The human martial artists' faces turned pale, and their morale plummeted. Desolate was also in the crowd. A gleam of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. He grunted heavily, his eyes filled with a vulture. He Yuhu, Kanggu Qiong, and the other leaders were also dumbfounded. A single peak of perfection expert was enough to turn the tides of the battle. Xiang's existence alone made it difficult for them to advance, and they were almost defeated. Fortunately, Huang had been injured by Wei Qing and had fought with Xiang for a while, so his strength had dropped significantly. Under the joint attack of a few strong cultivators, he was in a stalemate and did not show any unusual signs. And now, another monster race expert had appeared, Lao Ai. One of the 7 sect masters, Huang Fu Bai, was injured in one move. The human warriors were on the verge of despair. Ants, turn into a beautiful rain of blood and make me laugh, Emo sneered. Huang Fu Bai was right in front of him. He was so frightened that he kept retreating under the pressure of the cold qi. This set off a chain reaction, and the morale of the human cultivators behind him collapsed. There were people who kept failing and being killed. For a time, miserable cries rang out endlessly, and the light of blood soared into the sky. With one side losing and the other gaining, the battle that was originally at a stalemate was now one-sided. All the human cultivators couldn't care about fighting anymore. They were defeated and fled. Haha, kill! The demon's morale soared as they laughed wildly and chased after him. Si Tingyu panicked and immediately executed a sound wave martial technique. He shouted, "No one is allowed to retreat." She forcibly raised her true chi and directly flew to the battlefield. The six-pointed meteor dart in her hand was thrown out, extending like a great array, blocking the pursuit of the monster race for a moment. Bang! However, it was only for a moment before the meteor dart shattered. The backlash caused Si Tingyu to spit out blood again. She was almost at her limit. Si Tingyu, Heiyuhu hurried over to help him up, his face filled with anxiety. The human warriors calmed down after being yelled at by her, and most of the fear in their bodies was dispelled. The martial artists who were able to reach this stage had gone through countless trials and tribulations and were indifferent to life and death. They were only frightened by the overly bloody scene in front of them, so they calmed down a lot after Si Tingyu's shout. Furthermore, Si Tingyu was a woman, so how could they have the face to escape if they were to fight to the death? They all calmed down in shame and anger, and their faces revealed expressions of resistance. TSK, not bad. Hot-blooded and full of vitality. This lord likes this kind of hot-blooded feeling. Mo laughed mockingly, his blood-red eyes sweeping across the crowd. Everyone who was swept by his gaze felt a chill in their hearts. Wei Shirshir was also on the battlefield, and there was a faint look of regret in her eyes. After all, she was the one who had brought the seal-breaking technique, but in the end, it had drawn out such a powerful enemy. However, her eyes were also filled with confusion, not understanding why that person had done this. Lord Shirshir, please give me a hand and kill this demon. We have to suppress this person, otherwise we'll have to make a huge sacrifice. Black Universe Protector said solemnly. Heiyuhu was standing beside Si Tingyu. He was also covered in blood, and his face was covered in blood and something sticky, but he didn't seem to notice. Wei Shirshir said awkwardly, I also want to suppress him, but the power of the peak is too strong. Even if we can't suppress him, we'll have to force our way in, Black Universe Protector said. At the very least, we'll be able to delay him for a while. More reinforcements will be coming. I'll go with you, Xianxia also said. He was also in a sorry state. His star-shattering blade was covered in blood and minced meat. Great! With Martial Emperor Silvermoon's help, our chances of winning will be even greater. Protector Heiyu said with joy. Xianxia smiled bitterly. This greater chance of winning is just an increase from 1% to 2%. If the three of them were not injured and were at their peak, they might have a 50-50 chance of winning if they joined forces. But now they were bound to lose. But sometimes, even if you knew you were going to lose, you still had to go up. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on if the three of you leave, Xinyu said worriedly. At a glance, all the martial artists looked dejected, their morale extremely low. Aya, it's already like this, what's the point of fighting? Hurry and run. Escape as much as you can. We'll just gather our army and fight the demons in the future. Gu Qingqing also flew into the sky and couldn't stand it anymore. Who are you? Black Universe Guard asked with a frown. Gu Qingqing gave him a very unusual feeling, but there was a faint power floating in her body, as if it was suppressed. Gu Qingqing said, You've probably heard of my name, but you won't believe me. What was the point of pestering him now? It would only increase the casualties. The other side has two peak existences. Do you think you can win with just your defeated soldiers? Heiyuhu and the others fell silent. They understood what Gu Qingqing meant. They were in a mess right now, and unless there were powerful reinforcements, their lives would be in danger. You think they can escape? Mo Yun laughed. With a wave of his hand, the demon army immediately spread out and formed a large circle in a semi-surrounded state. Moreover, the demonic chi was overflowing, and everyone's morale was high, full of killing intent. Even Huang's subordinates and Shang's 8 were fired up, following the command of Cruel. Among them, Ci and Li looked at each other with worry. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Even if the human race was annihilated, they were afraid that there would be big trouble. Si Tingyu looked at Gu Qingqing and said, You're right. However, if we run now, our morale will collapse. We'll die for sure. If we press forward with indomitable will, we might still be able to survive after a battle to the death. Gu Qingqing sighed. It's all your fault for going too far. They came to break the seal, and it had nothing to do with you. You had to interfere, and now you're full of shit. Si Tingyu and the others furrowed their brows. Although he was right, the analogy was too disgusting, and they felt uncomfortable. Kanggu Qiong said, "You're wrong, miss. The realm of heavenly martial arts may be vast, but it's not rich in resources. If the demon race grows stronger, they'll surely take over our interests. This is the best opportunity to give them a blow, but we misjudged the other party's strength, which led to us being passive. Does Miss have a brilliant plan that can let us escape smoothly?" He saw that Gu Qingqing's temperament was extraordinary, and she was definitely not an ordinary person. So he followed her suggestion and asked. Gu Qingqing glared at him. "There are so many men here, but you can't do anything. I'm just a little girl. What can I do?" Kanggu Qiong's heart was stifled. He snorted gloomily and did not say a word. At that moment, only Yunxiao and a few others were left in the sky, fighting Shang. There was also Ai Hui and Tian Zhaozi in the distance. The two of them seemed to be completely immersed in the vast sea of spiritual energy. The two of them were in a stalemate. Although it was hard, they were also happy and did not seem to stop at all. Yunxiao had also noticed the change in the battle. "Retreat!" He released his spirit from his eyes, and Shang's vision blurred for a moment before the four of them left. He had been suppressed to the extreme, and at this moment he punched out with both fists in anger. Two rays of light came from the left and right, pressing down on the four people. Boom! The golden and silver light collided with an astonishing force, but the four of them had already disappeared without a trace in a flash. The judge snorted angrily as he stared at Yunxiao, who had appeared in the distance, with an extremely cold look in his eyes. Every time they met, he would try to kill Yunxiao, but he had never succeeded. His premonition was constantly turning into reality, and Yunxiao had become a great threat to him. He didn't even worry about Yuan, Huang, or the other human experts, because as he comprehended the 10th tier rules in the armillary sphere, it was only a matter of time before he suppressed these people. But Yunxiao, who also had a saint artifact, was a lingering shadow in his heart. Looking at the deathly silent battlefield, Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Are you done? After the fight, they should go home. Who wasn't born and raised by their parents? Why fight to the death? Mom and Dad have prepared dinner and are waiting for us to go home." Everyone was speechless. Coughs sounded one after another, all coughing out blood, worsening the injuries of many people. Kiki. Gu Qingqing couldn't help but laugh out loud, and her eyes flickered as she said, "Little lover, you still have the mood to joke." Xianxia also said gloomily, "Can you stop teasing me at this time? Do you have a plan to retreat?" "What?" Yunxiao rolled his eyes. "Can't you see that I'm trying to find a way to repel the enemy?" He shouted at the demons. "Lord Mo, you and I had an agreement just now. We were supposed to join forces to kill Yi and help you ascend to the throne of the Demon King. You asked us to leave. Why are you not counting now?" Whoosh! Yunxiao's shout immediately caused an uproar among the demons, and everyone's face changed. On the other hand, Shang and Bai were calm, but their expressions were cold. Mo Lang said coldly, "Is it useful to sow discord at this time? Your IQ is so low that it's scary." "That's right," Ci also said. "Everyone, don't be fooled by his plan to sow discord. We must annihilate these humans in one go." Yunxiao chuckled and crossed his arms before his chest as he said, "High Priest, what are you worried about? Since you say that I'm trying to drive a wedge between you and Huang, then I'll be bold and ask, who will be the Demon King after Huang abdicates?" The demons' expressions changed drastically as they looked at Shang and Bai, knowing that things were not looking good. If this problem was pointed out at this time, it would be difficult not to split. Ci's heart trembled and he shouted angrily, "His Majesty has yet to abdicate, so how can you worry about the matters of the demon race? All clansmen, listen up. Kill these humans now. A small group of monsters rushed out, including the 8 tribes of monsters who had followed him to Xiang. Not to mention Xiang's subordinates, even the monsters who followed Xiang did not move. No one listened to his command. After the bloody battle, there were only about 100 people left in the 8 troops. Standing in front, they didn't know whether to charge or not. Xi's expression turned ugly. Since the demon emperor has not abdicated, Xiao sneered. How can you command the army? How many people still acknowledge your status as a high priest? What does this have to do with you? Xi angrily said. Don't even think about messing up the morale of my army before 2 formations. What does it have to do with you? Xiao laughed. What do I do? The 3 demon sovereigns haven't said anything yet, so why are you making such a fuss? The faces of the demons turned green. The 3 demon emperors were stunned. This form of address was too taboo. Not to mention what the 3 of them were thinking, even their subordinates felt very depressed and unconvinced. Everyone could feel a hint of uneasiness spreading within the monster race. Si Tingyu and the others were overjoyed. They did not expect that Xiao's few words would create a rift between them and disintegrate the overwhelming aura. Hee. Xiang suddenly laughed and said, 3 demon emperors. Lao Ai, you're really good at stirring up trouble. Li Yunxiao. This lord's premonition was right. You will eventually become a great threat to my monster race. I have a suggestion. Would Lord Mo be willing to listen? Mo said, Oh? I wonder if Mr. Xiang has any suggestions? You may not know much about Li Yunxiao, the judge said, but I've been entangled with him since I was reborn in the Lightsong Woods. I've seen him grow from a martial king to his current level, and he has many saint artifacts and peerless divine abilities. I'm very afraid of him. Yunxiao cupped his hands with a smile and said, You flatter me, Mr. Xiang. I have also seen you grow from a minion to what you are now. I hope I can see you register as a demon emperor with my own eyes. That will be perfect. The judge looked at Yunxiao indifferently, seeing that every word he said was instigating. I can't say for sure who will be the demon king, Xiang said with a smile. I would like to make a deal with you, Mr. Ku. A bet? What bet? Mo raised his eyebrows. The referee's eyes flashed with a stern look, and he said word by word, The one who kills Yunxiao will be the emperor. As soon as his words came out, they were all shocked, and they could not help but look at Yunxiao. Even the people of the sacred zone frowned. Although they knew that Yunxiao was difficult to deal with, they did not expect him to hold such a high position in Xiang's heart that he would decide the position of the emperor of all demons with his life. What? Yunxiao was shocked as well. Mr. Xiang, is this how you play? I'll let Mr. Nye hack me to death to take revenge on you. I'll see what you can do then. If you're willing to hurt me with your life, I'd be happy to see it. Xiang laughed. Mo frowned and pondered for a while. He then said coldly, When has Li Yunxiao's life ever been so valuable? Is he worthy? Whether you're worthy or not, as long as you can kill him, I'm willing to serve you as the emperor. Otherwise, if you want to ascend to the throne of the Demon King, it won't be enough without my support. The judge stared at Yunxiao for a while and said, Although killing him isn't easy, it's not that difficult either. If you beat me to it, wouldn't I have to bow my head and listen to you? Since it's a bet, Xiang laughed. There are wins and losses. You want to win for sure? Is there such a good thing in this world? With the majority of the demon experts gathered here, our words would carry enormous weight, and the world would be our witness. If you don't even have the courage to gamble, how can you be an emperor? He was conflicted as well, but the demon race had always revered strength. If he did not agree to Xiang's suggestion in front of everyone, his reputation would be damaged. If you and I fight over it, the injuries will be uncountable, and this is something none of the clansmen want to see. It's the most appropriate bet for the throne with Yunxiao's life. All right, I'll bet with you. The referee made up his mind and gritted his teeth. He had already thought it through. Even if he lost, he would temporarily bow his head and submit. It would not be too late to deal with Xiang after he obtained the Buddhist demon sacred art. What if Li Yunxiao dies in my hands? A murky voice rang out. It was the demon Emperor Huang, who was staring at the two of them coldly. You, Mr. Huang, Xiang smiled faintly. You've already submitted to me, why think so much? Your host's beast is still under my control. Even if I kill Yunxiao, do you think I can return it to you? You coward! Huang was furious as his resentment increased. However, he still suppressed his emotions and gritted his teeth. All right, don't you regret it? I believe you're a smart man, Mr. Huang, Xiang said. If you die, even if you survive, you might not be able to keep your divine transcendence cultivation. I know what to do, Huang said coldly. You don't need to worry. Desolate subordinates were indignant, but he suppressed them and said indifferently, I have my own plans. No matter what, Xia will always be with His Majesty, someone said. Xia had woken up earlier, but he hadn't made any moves. Now, his injuries had recovered quite a bit. It's only now that I know you're my true confidants, Huang sighed. Mo looked at them coldly. Times change. Sticking to the old ways will only lead to death. You think you're the new generation, Xia said indifferently. But will the era really choose you? Where do you get your confidence from? Mo Dao said, with strength comes confidence. If you can control your own fate, you can control the change of this era. What's the use of an outdated demon emperor whose fate is in someone else's hands? Ha ha ha. He laughed for a long time, and then with a flash of bloodlight, he disappeared from where he was and rushed toward Yunxiao. At the same time he shouted, Kill! Kill all the alien races! Kill! Kill! The sounds of killing shook the heavens. Thousands of demons once again raised their voices, shaking the 9 heavens. The human martial artists were extremely nervous. After all, most of them were the subordinates of the referee. With a single order, 100 people responded to it and charged forward as the referee made his move. Yunxiao was the first to bear the brunt, and he felt a great pressure coming from the sky. The judge made the first move, as if he wanted to win quickly and kill Yunxiao with his powerful cultivation base. Damn you! You want to kill me to ascend the throne? I'll tell you all honestly that the position of Demon King will be empty forever. Yunxiao was furious. He did not expect that he would get himself into trouble by standing up for her. Feeling depressed, he struck out in anger. Thousands of sword chi gathered and formed a sword realm in front of him. Bai Mingnan and Che Yu also drew their swords at the same time. They could not let Yunxiao die. Bang! The bone jade knife released a powerful earth energy that pressed down on the 4 swords of the 3 people. It was like a huge dragon lying dormant, and countless sword lights were released. Che Yu's power was instantly suppressed by the bone jade knife, and he felt extremely aggrieved. All 3 of them had extremely powerful bodies, but they were still forced back by the blade light. Don't panic, Xianxia shouted. I'll help you. With a flash of the blade's radiance, he appeared in the sky. He held the star-shattering blade with both hands and slashed at Chi's head. Where did this trash come from? The referee grabbed with his left hand and the golden scale knife slashed over. With a bang, Xianhua's knife light was blocked. Xianxia was already injured, and after receiving the backlash from the golden scale knife, blood burst out from many wounds on his body. His hands were trembling. Damn it! How can he be so strong? The 4 of them had to work together to block Yi's attack. The human cultivators were all shocked, but the demon army quickly rushed over. They didn't have time to think and fell into a chaotic battle again. Ci appeared behind Shang and said worriedly, Lord Shang, what about the bet? It's fine, Shang replied with a smile. Even if I lose, I'll be happy as long as I can kill Yunxiao. Was the so-called Demon Emperor's position really that important? Moreover, even if you're the High Priest, what makes you think you're on the side of the times? The seal of the 5-Cloud Mountain was broken and Yi was sent out. Isn't this also the choice of the era? Ci and Li were both stunned. Shang controlled the demon race's holy weapon, the Armillary Sphere. The 2 had never doubted his destiny. He must be the key person who led the demon race to prosperity. But after hearing Shang's words, they both fell into deep thought. Shang looked at the 2 and smiled. So, Li Yunxiao is the best touchstone. As for who the era will choose, we'll determine the result from this bet. I believe that Lord Xiang will win, said Ci. Xiang smiled confidently, but still said, who knows? The battle for the position of Demon King is a bet between me and Yi. It's a major event for the demon race to inflict heavy losses on the human race and fight for the luck for the next few hundred years. It can't be delayed. Yes. The two of them immediately rushed into the formation with the 8. Xiang was not in a hurry. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back and watched the battle between the judge and Yunxiao. With his understanding of Yunxiao, he naturally knew that the latter was not a pushover. If he could die so easily, he would have been killed in the soft song forest. In the distance, Desolate had also sent his men into the battlefield while he was also watching. Have a good rest. The judge looked at him and said, later we'll kill Li Yunxiao together. Desolate furrowed his brows as he was extremely discontented. However, he was more suspicious. He snorted, a human with peak 9-star cultivation needs reinforcements. Do you and I work together? Rest well, you'll know later, the referee said. Huang's face was gloomy and cold. He had never been ignored like this before as the Demon King. He grinned hideously, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Xiang naturally understood that he was not convinced, but now was not the time for him to be convinced. This could only be done later, as it was more important to control the situation first. On the battlefield, as the demons charged in, blood once again filled the sky and screams rose and fell. Si Tingyu and Kanggu Qiong also joined the battle with their injured bodies. Without Xiang and Huang, their burden was greatly reduced. Gu Qingqing couldn't just stand by and watch, but too much of her power had been sealed, so she could only wander around the battlefield and find some weaker monsters to fight. She couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Back then, she could be said to be invincible in the world and directly challenged the Emperor of 10,000 demons. Now, time was merciless, and things had changed with the passage of time. She could only fight some small demons. The battle between the referee and Yunxiao's group of 4 was getting more and more dangerous. Powerful forces kept blasting in all directions, leaving no one within a radius of several thousand feet, as everyone had avoided the battlefield. You're working so hard to be the vanguard. Yunxiao gritted his teeth. Are you really smart? Don't think of using flowery words to get through this. I'm going to kill you today, Mo said coldly. You're determined to kill me? What a joke. I'm telling the truth when I said your IQ is low. Yunxiao grinned hideously as he lifted the Tushita heavenly peak with one hand, and the 5-colored light began to spin. Mo's heart trembled as he suddenly realized that something was wrong. How could he have forgotten that he had such a thing? Now that the 4 of them were working together to keep him in check, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape. Stupid thing, go to hell. Yunxiao grabbed the Tushita heavenly peak and smashed it down. Mo was shocked. The overwhelming momentum pressed down on the air with a boom sound. In his panic, he couldn't care about resisting the combined strength of the 4 people. He suddenly put away his twin sabers and turned into a blood light to escape. The 4 of them had long been prepared. They saw that he would escape and suddenly pressed forward with all their strength. Boom! The Tushita heavenly peak missed its target and the surrounding space was distorted. However, several sword and saber gleams tore through the air and chased after the blood light. Swish! The blood light flew and the avatar dodged, but he was still hit by a sword light. His figure was formed and he groaned. He was obviously injured. Yunxiao put away his sword and said coldly, You've been sealed in 5-Cloud Mountain for too long. You don't know how dangerous the world is. The spear hits the bird that takes the lead. I can't blame you. You coward! Mo was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. But he was helpless. It was indeed very difficult for him to deal with 4 people and 1 astral wind spirit transformation with his strength. How many helpers do you have? I have thousands of subordinates. Even if the humans escape, I'll still kill you. Go! Mo Li shouted. He was about to summon his subordinates to deal with Yunxiao when suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky, and countless nebulas emerged. They were like vortexes that covered the vast sky. It was a magnificent sight. The reinforcements are here. Everyone, hold on. Yu couldn't help but exclaim in joy when she saw the nebulas. All the humans were excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood before they died. Xianxia was also overjoyed. He's finally here. Haha, I can't hold on much longer. Shang lifted his head and looked at the vortexes. He did not say a word, nor did he show much emotion. Yunxiao frowned as he stared at the vortexes and said, "Are you sure these are the reinforcements?" Xianxia was startled and said, "What do you mean?" Yunxiao's face turned serious as he said, "These nebulas are filled with extremely strong demonic qi. I'm afraid we're in big trouble." Xianxia, Hey, did you see wrong? You also couldn't help but ask. But when he saw Yunxiao's blood-red eyes, which were as dark as ink and emitting a light that seemed both real and illusionary, he immediately shut his mouth. If he could not even see through the demonic qi with the little cycle 3 phases life transformation mystic technique, he would be blind. Demonic qi visible to the naked eye began to appear in several of the nebulas. It churned non-stop, and many ninth-order demon beasts slowly emerged from within. Many powerful monsters appeared beside the monsters, some standing and some riding. All the human powerhouses were dumbfounded. Even the demons themselves were stunned, and then they laughed wildly and cheered. "They're finally here?" Desolate's lips curled up. "We don't have to worry anymore," she said. He took out a palm-sized yellow flag and waved it in the wind, turning it into a large flag with the word Heaven written on it. Countless demons appeared from the nebula. There were more than 10,000 of them. When they saw the flag, they immediately flew down and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Your Majesty." His voice shook the heavens and spread far and wide, causing all the humans to feel fear and despair. Yu and the other leaders' faces were ashen as well. They were completely dumbfounded. "Why aren't the reinforcements here yet?" Black Universe shouted. No one could answer, and no one could answer. They were all struggling to hold on. Seeing their companions getting fewer and fewer, and the familiar figures disappearing completely one after another, their hearts fell to the bottom of the valley. Xianhua's expression was also unsightly as he said, "What do we do?" Yunxiao was speechless. "If these demons attack too," he said, "run away as soon as possible." "You mean, they might not make a move?" Xianxia was stunned. "Who knows?" Yunxiao shook his head. "Let's just wait." Everyone's expression was very serious. These were the elites of the starry lunar illusion. All the elite experts of the monster race on the heavenly Martial continent had gathered here. Desolate revealed a rare smile. "Everyone, you have worked hard. Set up the 1,000 revolution array within 100 miles. No one can leave." He took out a bronze mirror and handed it to Zhe. "Use this mirror as the center, and you will be in control." A strange look appeared in Zhe's eyes. He took the bronze mirror with both hands and disappeared in a flash. Then, it appeared high in the sky, its large apricot yellow flag dancing rhythmically. Tens of thousands of demon soldiers followed the command of the flag and spread out in the air in an orderly manner, running into the distance. "Desolate, what do you mean?" Mo's face changed. "Calm down," Desolate said. "I'm just going to seal the space to kill them all." "Who do you mean by they?" Mo asked coldly. "What do you think?" Huang smiled. "Huang, I don't know what you're thinking, but I hope you won't make a mistake. Otherwise, you'll be beyond redemption," Mo said angrily. "Don't worry," Huang said leisurely. "We're all from the same clan. I won't burn the beans and fry them from the same root." As the demon formation in the sky was laid down, Yu and the others fell into despair. The leaders exchanged glances and transmitted their voices, planning to break out of the encirclement and escape. Although they were all injured with their divine transcendence or peak 9-star power, it would be difficult for them to stop the other party if they were to escape. Boom! Just as everyone was thinking about this, a tremor suddenly came from the 5-cloud mountain in the distance. The entire mountain shook, and an extremely strong rhythm shook out, reaching the sky. High up in the sky, Ai Hui and Tian Zhaozi were locked in a stalemate. However, it was obvious that Tian Zhaozi was getting on in years. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be. Suddenly, the rhythm of the earth in 5-Cloud Mountain shot up to the 9 heavens and shook their spiritual seas, causing the 2 silver rivers to surge rapidly. That's Ingluo. Xianxia was taken aback as he saw layers of halos shooting out of the 5-Cloud Mountain, as if it was trying to pull itself out of the earth. He hurriedly turned to Gu Qingqing, his face full of questions. Gu Qingqing was also shocked. She's breaking the seal. She can even move the earth elements. She's also at the peak of power. Everyone's hearts twitched. Although they didn't know who was being suppressed at the foot of the mountain, they all felt a sense of powerlessness. The peak of perfection was an existence that only appeared in legends. Today, he had met 3 of them, and another one was about to appear. It's a last resort, Xianxia said. It's a dead horse. With a flash of his figure, he rushed toward the 5-Cloud Mountain. The 3 demon race leaders' pupils shrank as they stared at him. Shang, stop him, Emo shouted. The Palace Master of Divine Cloud Palace is the one sealed under 5-Cloud Mountain. We'll be in trouble if he comes out. His words shocked everyone present, especially Si Tingyu and the others. After a brief moment of shock, they all revealed looks of joy and shouted, "Everyone, hold on. We'll be saved as long as the Palace Master of Divine Cloud Palace comes out." In fact, everyone understood that even if a person at the peak of perfection appeared, it would be impossible to change the situation. The other side's 3 great beings had yet to enter the arena, unless 3 of the humans also appeared. But even in the entire world, could there be 3 who had reached the peak of perfection? However, everyone had thrown their rationality to the back of their minds. Right now, they were only left with their survival instincts and determination to die, struggling to hold on. All right? The judge's expression changed. He was the closest to 5-Cloud Mountain, so in a flash he was in front of Xianxia. With his arms crossed over his chest, he said, "This road is blocked. Badong, your sister." Xianxia cursed. However, he did not force his way through. Even if he did, he could not use the art of the secular world to lift the 5-Cloud Mountain under Shang's attack. At this moment, the battle between AI and Amaterasu was affected by the rhythm of the earth and began to fluctuate. The 2 vast seas of spirit began to slacken and gradually spread, filling the sky with silver light spots. Blood flowed from the corners of both AI Hui and Amaterasu's mouths. Amaterasu's condition seemed to be even worse, as blood began to seep out of his 7 orifices. The strange phenomenon in the sky immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, the 2 masters of Dao techniques were renowned throughout the world, and they were both important figures in their 2 clans. No matter who died, it would be a great blow to either side. The corner of AI's mouth suddenly rose, and he smiled slightly. "Grandmaster Tian Zhaozi, it's my great fortune to see you today." Amaterasu frowned and grunted. AI continued, "What I've learned today is enough for AI to figure out for half a lifetime. Why don't you stop here?" Tenzho was shocked and immediately looked ashamed. "I've lost this competition." As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. It was even worse for the morale of the human race martial artists, and they were hit hard. Not only did the demon race have 3 existences who had reached the peak of perfection in martial arts, but they also had such geniuses in the art path. What was even more terrifying was AI Hui's age, and his future achievements were immeasurable. Xianxia sighed inwardly. This result was both expected and unexpected. He could roughly estimate the strength of the 2. They were originally on par with each other. After such a long battle, it was reasonable for Tenzho Zi to lose because he was old. Moreover, this kind of spiritual force collision was extremely dangerous and usually ended with the death of one side. AI Hui's call to stop at this time clearly showed that they appreciated each other, which was extremely rare. How could Tian Zhaozi not understand? He was ashamed. "Master, you lost because your physical strength was insufficient," AI said sincerely. "I'm only taking advantage of my age. You and I will recall our spiritual seas at the same time." "All right," he said. "Yes." Tenzho Zi replied, a trace of gratitude growing in his heart. The 2 of them formed hand seals at the same time, and the vast silver ocean began to withdraw into their bodies. The pressure on each of them instantly disappeared. All of a sudden, a black ray of light sneaked silently in the silver ocean and appeared in front of AI Hui in an instant. Then, it suddenly slapped AI Hui's head with both palms. "Be careful!" Several screams pierced through the sky, including Shang, Huang, and even Yunxiao. But the one who cried the most miserably was Tenzatzi, whose eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. Amaterasu Z had a very good impression of AI, and this kind of impression was even gratitude. If AI had not suggested to stop, he might have ended up with the collapse of his sea of consciousness. At the same time, the two of them were at the peak of the art Tao, and they appreciated each other. As a senior, he also had an extreme love for each other. Seeing that he was being ambushed, and that he was at his most relaxed state, he did not have any sense of defense or vigilance. The fact that the person who had launched the sneak attack was able to sneak into his side at this time showed how strong he was. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Bang! The black shadow's palms landed directly on AI's head, and blood immediately spurted out. AI's head exploded. "Ah!" A series of exclamations rang out, all of them extremely distressed. AI Hui's status in the demon race was extremely high, even not below the demon emperor. Everyone respected him. When he slapped down, it was as if he had slapped them on the head. All of them were furious and cried out in pain. MR.AI. Desolate cried out in pain and clutched his heart. It was extremely uncomfortable. Tian Zhaozi even spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body rapidly aged, and he could barely stand. After the black shadow smacked AI Hui to death, it seemed to want to go up and help Amaterasu. "Sir, take care. You, who are you? Die." Tenzho Z pointed at him and shouted, his body trembling. Everyone wanted to know the answer to this question. The man was covered in a black robe, and the silver sea of consciousness had not yet dispersed, blocking the divine sense and making it difficult to distinguish him. "I'm Shintu Ishiao, the head of the Shadow Company," the man said graciously. "It's an honor to meet you, sir." "Shadow Agency." Tian Zhaozi was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, "Who asked you to kill AI?" The human martialists' hearts skipped a beat, and they couldn't help but feel a hint of joy, especially Si Tingyu and the others. Although they were frowning, they were still overjoyed. Since Shintu Ishiao had appeared here, then the reinforcements should be arriving soon. The Shadow and Dark divisions were the two most mysterious divisions in the Holy Region, especially the head of the Shadow Division. Other than the 5 governing divisions, no one else knew about them. Shintu Ishiao seemed to ignore Tian Zhaozi's anger as he indifferently said, "Your Excellency, that's a strange question. The two races are fighting to the death now. Isn't it normal for me to kill a demon alchemist?" Tian Zhaozi was stunned for a moment, and his face immediately turned gloomy. Although what Shintu Ishiao said was extremely reasonable, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart, and his eyes were filled with anger. Kill him to avenge Lord AI. Countless demon experts gritted their teeth, and a rush of hot blood rushed into their minds. Shang and Biai's expressions were extremely ugly. They stared at Shintu Ishiao as if they were looking at a dead man. All right, Yunxiao suddenly said. "Calm down. AI isn't dead. Why are you all so excited?" "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Shintu Ishiao's pupils also contracted, and his face revealed a look of shock. A white light flashed not far from them. It flew down from the sky and landed by Desolate. With a face as pale as paper and a head full of cold sweat, he could not help but shiver. It was AI, who had been slapped to death by Shintu Ishiao. "MR.AI, you're fine. That's great." Huang was overjoyed. He hurried forward to support him. "I almost died. How can I be fine?" AI smiled bitterly. "You're a genius, sir," Huang said. "It's good that you've dodged this. I'll tear that person apart and take revenge for you." AI didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and started to recuperate. All the demons went from great sorrow to great joy. Even the referee took an unusual liking to AI. It was very difficult for the demon race to produce an alchemist, not to mention such a shocking talent. No matter who was the demon emperor, he was highly respected. Desolate lifted his head, his face filled with murderous intent. He said coldly, "I don't care who you are. Today you'll definitely die. That will depend on Lord Demon Sovereign's ability," said Xianxia with his usual expression. "Ha ha ha." Huang laughed. "Could it be that you can't see the current situation? I admit that the demons have the upper hand, but that's only for now," Xianxia said. Many figures suddenly appeared beside him, as if the light was still on his body, casting shadows. The shadows kept splitting up and turned into more than 30 people. They were all high-level martial supreme experts, the elites of the Shadow Agency. This power was considered extremely strong under normal circumstances, but it was not enough at this moment. "That's it." Huang couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia looked at the void in the distance and said, "Lord Tianxingzi, since you've been here for a long time, shouldn't you show yourself?" A few coughs came from a few thousand feet away. Then, countless runes appeared in the darkness and a piece of profound level weapon gradually appeared. Then, Tianxingzi, who was dressed in a gray robe, walked out first and kept the profound level weapon. Suddenly, 20 to 30 people appeared, and their auras were also extraordinary. Si Tingyu and the others felt an unknown fire in their hearts. It turned out that the people from Myriad Star Valley had arrived long ago, but they had been hiding. "Lord Tianxingzi," Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "I'm glad to see you again after a long time." Back then, in the battle against Wuxian, Tianxingzi was on the same side as him. Later, he was injured and disappeared, and he felt a lot of emotions. "Lord Pajun, how have you been?" Tianxingzi also returned the favor. Tianxingzi's expression wasn't very good. Originally, in such a bad situation, he wanted to hide until the end of the battle, and then quietly go back. However, he didn't expect to be seen through by the people of the Shadow Department, so he could only brace himself and come out. Although the people from 10,000 Stars Valley and Shadow Agency had increased their strength by a lot, it was still a drop in the bucket, and they couldn't resist the demon army. "Anymore." Huang was still sneering. "Show me all of them." Xianxia nodded and said, "Lord Wei Qing, since the forces you've cultivated for so many years have come, why don't you show yourself? This is a good time to show off your skills." Everyone was taken aback, especially the people of the Saint Realm, including Yunxiao. Yutong looked around and finally sensed a strange power not far away. "Humph humph. Gongyang Zhengqi's dog. You're keeping a close eye on me." Wei Qing's voice rang out faintly, and then circles of green light emerged, gradually revealing its true appearance. His face was cold, and his eyes were filled with vulture-like glint. He first glanced at Xianxia, then at Yunxiao, his eyes flickering with infinite killing intent. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. Wei Qing's strength had recovered a lot, and he must have used a lot of peerless medicinal pills to recover in such a short time. As a member of the Holy Region's administrative department, it was normal for him to have all kinds of top-grade treasures. However, after recovering, he had actually endured it until now. It seemed that he was still too scheming. Huang Yi was moved by his appearance. The blade of judgment was too powerful. Even if he had reached the peak of perfection, he still found it hard to bear. Xianxiao's brows furrowed for a moment, but he quickly relaxed and said, "Your Excellency's words are really unpleasant to hear. As the director of the Shadow Company, I serve 5 lords and am loyal to the Holy Region. Aren't you afraid of disrespecting me by saying this? I'm not going to talk nonsense with you at this moment." Wei Qing snorted coldly. "What, did Gongyang Zhengqi send you to die? He's afraid of death and is hiding in the saint level, not willing to come out." Xianxia said, "For out of the 5 council officials are here. Lord Gongyang Zhengqi must be in charge of the Holy Region. Nan Fengxian and the other experts of the 9 divisions have also entered the passageway. They should be here soon." "Great!" Si Tingyu and the others were overjoyed. "What's the use of all these trash?" Wei Qing snorted. "Shut your mouth, Wei Qing!" Black Universe shouted angrily. "Everyone is fighting to the death, but you're hiding after recovering your strength, and you still have the face to shout." Wei Qing was also furious, he retorted coldly. Black Universe Protector, you'll die if you speak nonsense. Which eye of yours saw this Lord dodge? Let's not argue at a time like this. Let's work together, Kangwu Cheong said. Wei Qing snorted and said with a cold expression, I'll let you see what I did just now. His hands quickly formed a seal, and several rays of light flew up, forming a huge coordinate in the air. It was like a door standing there quietly, and a blue hexagonal pattern on it gradually opened. A flash of light appeared from the pattern. It was actually a battleship that sailed out with a rumble, blinding everyone's eyes. Ah, a warship. Both the human and demon races were dumbfounded. The battleship wasn't big, and it was covered with arrays. It was obviously used for transportation. Wei Qing said coldly, if Gongyang Jingqi had the intention to deploy manpower, the reinforcements would have arrived long ago. As expected, that fellow is unreliable. I can only mobilize the forces under my command. Kangwu Cheong's eyes lit up as he said in surprise, do you have any chance of winning? The odds of winning? Wei Qing's eyes narrowed as he muttered. He remained silent, facing three powerhouses who had reached the peak of perfection, who dared to say that they had a chance of winning. Boom! The transport ship exploded, and a terrifying demonic chi gushed out from it. Demonic chi? Everyone was shocked. On the other hand, Yunxiao's expression remained the same. He had long since seen that the people inside were all monsters like Cho Mujia, warriors who were pieced together with the limbs of various demon beasts. He didn't know why, but the ghost Azura wasn't among them. He didn't know if the Long family didn't have enough samples because they lost control, or if there were other reasons. Ah, this is Ying Luo. When those monsters appeared in front of everyone, they were all stunned. Only 30 to 40 martial artists were like Cho Mujia, who could transform into human form during normal times and only reveal their demonic form during battle. The remaining 200 to 300 martial artists maintained their pieced-together bodies, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. What are these? Heavens, is it a human or a demon? This is a ghost. The elders of the spell garden paled, and they said in shock and anger, Wei Qing, you've actually gotten together with Feng Zijia. If you don't like it, Wei Qing said coldly, I'll take my subordinates and leave now. You can have your fun. The few elders immediately shut up. These are all defective products of your research, right? Kangwu Cheong asked suspiciously. I wonder how strong he is. Damn it, you dare to call us defective goods. The monsters were martial artists and possessed the intelligence of a normal person. They were furious upon hearing Kangwu Cheong's words, and their murderous intent surged toward him, forcing him to take 3 steps back in shock. All right, stop fooling around, Wei Qing shouted. We have serious matters to attend to. The monsters seemed to be very obedient to him. They quieted down immediately, but their eyes were still staring at Kangwu Cheong with hostility. Is everyone here? Huang asked coldly. I'll open up a path, and if there are any reinforcements, they can come together, so we don't have to kill them slowly in the future. You're very confident, Wei Qing snorted. Haven't ruling blades suffered enough? That's because the ruling blade is powerful, Desolate retorted. You make it sound like you're very powerful. With just a few hundred monsters, you want to take on my army of 10,000? I'm drunk just thinking about it. Desolate's words made people's hearts drop to the bottom of the valley. That was an army of tens of thousands of warriors. In the world of warriors, such a large-scale battle was impossible unless it was a war between different races. Wei Qing's expression didn't change, as if he didn't care. He coldly said, Tens of thousands of them are just minions. Haha. What a good, only a minion. I'll tear your mouth open later and see how long your tongue is. Desolate laughed in anger. With a wave of his hand, demonic chi immediately rolled in the sky. Thousands of demons appeared in an instant, roaring as they charged over. Among the hundreds of demons, a warrior who had retracted his form sneered and said, For times our numbers, why not 10 times? With our strength of 1 against 10, we need at least 3,000 people to be enough. Another long-nosed and fanged martial artist sneered, Don't talk nonsense. Tear them into mincemeat. Calm down, everyone. Back off, Wei Qing said. What? The demons were stunned, but when they saw Wei Qing's cold expression, they knew that he was not joking. They all retreated obediently, revealing a large empty space in front of them. Come out. Let me see the results of your cultivation, Wei Qing said indifferently. The space shook slightly, and a figure appeared behind him. The figure was wrapped in a black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. However, he gave off the feeling that he was unusually young. Yunxiao's heart trembled as he looked over. Although the black robe had the effect of blocking divine sense, it could not block his magical spirit eyes, which allowed him to see the man clearly. The man had sharp edges, eyes like stars, and slightly wavy bangs on his forehead. The man walked out from behind Wei Qing and faced the attack of thousands of demons. He was calm and composed, and his robe fluttered in the wind, as if he was all alone. Everyone frowned. This man didn't seem to be very strong, but they didn't know what Wei Qing was thinking. The man raised his hand, and a drop of water condensed on his palm, continuously growing into a ball. The surroundings started to become moist. A large amount of mist appeared and gradually condensed into water. It swirled around the man's body but did not stain his clothes at all. The man's hands were half closed in front of his chest as he slowly lifted the ball of water. Suddenly, a scarlet luster appeared in the ball of water. The color became clearer and clearer, and even his body was surrounded by a scarlet and vermilion color, which gave off a crystalline feeling. Beifeng Nan's face revealed a look of surprise. As if he had sensed something, a faint green luster gradually appeared on his body, reflecting the light. Rudra Mystic Water. 8 Charm Vermilion Saliva, the man said softly. The red mystic water seemed to have stopped for a moment. Then, it roared and actually transformed into a dragon in the sky, fiercely charging towards the demon army. The red water dragon rushed to the front of the demon army. The man made a hand seal and shouted, "Explode!" Bang! A large number of runes appeared on the mysterious water poison dragon and exploded instantly, turning into countless water arrows that shot over. It was like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, and the area exploded. Ah! The few demons who were the first to be hit by the explosion screamed in pain. However, they were not strong enough. Although they were slightly injured, it was not a big deal. As soon as they recovered from their shock, the demons suddenly felt a sharp pain in their wounds. When they looked down, they were scared out of their wits. They saw a large patch of red on their wounds that continued to spread. Before they could react, they felt their brains go numb and lost consciousness forever. The red poisonous water spread in the air. The demons were like harvested wheat, falling from the sky one by one. The poison dragons had turned into countless arrows, and the water had turned into mist. Almost all the demons had been infected. Fear and screams spread in the air. Some decisive people immediately cut off the poison parts and kept their lives. However, the air was already filled with the poison of water. Many people who had just cut off their hands and feet would immediately get it on their wounds, and they would die in an instant. In just a few breaths, the 1,000 demons fled in pain and screams. In an instant, 7 or 8 out of 10 were killed or injured, leaving only 200 or 300 people. Alarmed gasps sounded one after another as they looked at the black-robed young man with fear. Many of the leaders of the monster race were also dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open, and they could not speak. Beiming Nan was also surprised. I didn't expect the combination of the mutated water elemental and the 8-charm vermilion saliva to have such power. The 8-charm vermilion saliva swan eye is one of the 5 great extermination poisons. The 8-charm vermilion saliva, AI exclaimed. This poison will dissolve upon contact with water, and you will die upon contact. Yunxiao stared at the black-robed young man and did not speak for a long time. It took him a while to come back to his senses. Then he turned to Beiming Nan and said, "How is your poison compared to yours?" Beiming Nan said, "The 5 poisons of mass extinction actually correspond to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The 8 charms vermilion saliva is a poison of water to begin with. It's terrifying when it spreads. My 7 illusion green goo is actually a wood poison. Its single attack is extremely powerful, but it's very difficult to produce such a large area of effect. Wood poison? If you and I join forces, can this poison spread in my thunder world? Xianxia asked. Beiming Nan was stunned and frowned. I've never tried it before. I'm afraid I'll only know after a while. But if it's possible, it'll be extremely powerful. Even Beifeng Nan himself felt a little frightened. Under the power of the thunder world, if he were to overlap it with his 7 illusion green damask attribute, he would probably be able to kill thousands of people in an instant. Xianxia had also thought of this possibility. The two of them exchanged a look and saw the shock and bewilderment in each other's eyes. After the black-robed youth made his move, the sky became deathly silent. The demon clansmen's faces turned pale. How could they fight? No matter how many soldiers there were, they would not be able to withstand such a terrifying attack. Although the humans were overjoyed, they were also frightened and had goosebumps. Desolate slowly closed his mouth. He swallowed and asked, Mr. AI, what should we do? According to historical records, only the heaven-earth poison body can give birth to the 5 major poisons of extinction, AI said. The toxicity of the poison also increased with the cultivation of the heaven-earth poison body. However, the young man had released so much poison in his attack just now. It would be difficult for him to attack again in a short time. However, Your Majesty still has to be on guard against him. It's best if we can kill him first to avoid future trouble. I understand, Desolate said. Soldiers, listen up. Kill all humans. Whoever beheads that kid will be heavily rewarded. War drums thundered and battle cries shook the heavens. Zhe appeared in the sky, his flag waving in the air. The demon army surged in from all directions like a tide. An endless demonic chi enveloped the world. The demons of 5 Cloud Mountain, who were already on the battlefield, were shocked. Then they saw the referee waving his hand and flew back, leaving the human warriors in the center. All of them returned to the back of the referee and watched. The members of the 8 monster race also returned to Shang's side, watching Huang's men show their power. Although the subordinates of ultimate entities such as Shadow Agency, Myriad Stars Valley, and Wei Qing had joined in, less than 100 human warriors had died on the field, and they still looked desperate. Other than the victors of the 100 battles, the 1,000 Mountains Prefecture had been completely annihilated. Even the victors of the 100 battles were covered in wounds and had no hope of leaving this place alive. Xianxia took out the Divine Realm tablet and called out Su Liani. The guests, the heaven-patrolling bullfighting machine, the evil spirit, the dark thunder, Mo Xiaochuan, Halian Xiaohuang, Jun Ruyun, the transformation cultivator, the calabash little King Kong, and even the water immortal, Duan Yu and Yu Jilin. The crowd spread out beside him, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Although there were not many of them, they were all strong practitioners who could fight 1 against 10, and the aura they exuded was not inferior to that of one division or one faction. Richard's eyes were shining, as if he was calculating something. Xianxia had already informed everyone of the situation, and he said in a deep voice, Everyone, just try your best. Don't fight to the death. If you can't hold on, come to me. I'll send you back to the Divine Realm tablet. Yes, everyone responded in unison, but their faces were full of killing intent and eagerness to try. However, the chemical cultivator was a little unhappy and mumbled, This is a dispute between you humans and demons? What does it have to do with me? The water deity's expression darkened and she shouted, Chemical cultivator, if you're afraid of death, then go back. Don't embarrass the Sea Emperor Palace outside. The chemical cultivator was depressed. He did not dare to refute the water deity's words. Brother Huaxiao, I'm not asking you to work hard, Xianxia said with a smile. You don't have to do anything. However, my temple is too small to accommodate a bodhisattva like you. You'd better leave on your own. The Huaxiao was furious and said, If you drive me out of this place at this time, will the monster race let me go? Xianxia spread his hands and said helplessly, That's your business. What does it have to do with me? The chemical cultivator had no choice but to yield. All right, I'll go with you. But little junior sister must return to the Divine Realm tablet. If anything happens to little junior sister. The water deity was already very anxious. She threw a punch over and said angrily, "Chemical cultivator, why do you care about my business?" He had recuperated for a long time during the battle with the Heaven Alliance overseas. He had only recovered with the help of Amitabha's power and had made great progress in his strength. He had long wanted to come out for a breath of fresh air. "Don't worry about that," Xianxia said. "I'll ensure Water Fairy's safety." He had already decided to let the gourd little King Kong follow beside the Water Fairy. After the gourd little King Kong lost the Rainbow Stone, its strength was greatly reduced, but it was still immortal. Not far away, Black Universe Protector's roar could be heard. "Everyone, raise your spirits. In any case, the worst-case scenario is death. Since we're not afraid of death, what's there to think about? Kill as many as you can. Yes, at most we'll die. Isn't the best ending for people of my generation to die in battle? Haha, I've never thought of leaving this place alive. I'll kill as many as I can." A wave of heroic spirit rose, affecting everyone. At the same time, killing intent began to spread. Lord Pujuan, Si Tingyu looked at Xianxia and said, "Please take Lord Tenzatzi into your divine artifact to avoid being affected." "Don't worry about me," Tenzhozi said, his expression stern. "Even if I can't kill the enemy, I can still protect myself." In the battle with AI, although he had consumed a lot of energy, fortunately, he had not suffered any injuries. "What? You don't believe me?" Tian Zhaozi was extremely displeased when he saw Si Tingyu's worried face. Si Tingyu hurriedly replied, "Your subordinate would not dare to. However, my lord, please rest assured. Shintu Yixiao just said that Nanfeng Xian and the other 9 divisions are on their way here. They should be here soon." Hearing this, Tian Zhaozi's expression turned to worry. "I'm afraid that even if they come, they won't be able to turn the situation around. After all, these 3 peak existences are difficult to shake. I wonder what Wei Wuya and Old Man Meng are doing right now." Si Tingyu's expression was solemn as he bowed and said, "I fought with all my might, but I still have no regrets." Tian Zhaozi seemed to be a little moved. He waved his hand and said, "Let's fight. Don't worry about me." Si Tingyu didn't say anything else and walked out of the battle ring to meet the demon army. Amaterasu looked at the overwhelming demonic chi outside the circle and muttered to himself, "Thousand Revolution Array." Xianxia also looked at the rolling demonic aura and said, "Sir Jinan." "All right, I hope so." Beifeng Nan immediately understood. 2 rays of green light flew out from his hands and wrapped around his arms like vines. They were green and glistening, attracting everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, grabbed the hammer with his left hand, and raised it high. The thunderbolt flowed down from the hammer like water and spread all over his body, crackling everywhere. Their actions immediately attracted the attention of the crowd, especially Shang and the others, whose eyes never left Xianxia. "That's Ingluo." The power of the lightning continued to increase, and the momentum increased exponentially. The golden Maha ancient character flickered on the hammer, as if it had gathered the power of 10,000 lightning on one point. Beifeng Nan crossed his hands in front of his body. The 7 illusion green poison almost turned into jade, flashing with a transparent color, like a plant that was constantly extending upward. "What's that?" Huang frowned. He had never fought with Beifeng Nan before. Although he felt that this item was extraordinary, he did not expect it to be poisonous. Shang's heart skipped a beat. He knew that it was poisonous gas, and then he remembered the 8-charm vermilion saliva and looked at the young man. The young man's body was trembling as he looked at Xianxia and Beiming Nan in horror, as if he had sensed the heaven and earth poison body. Red poison kept oozing out of his black robe. "Not good!" "Stop them!" the referee shouted. "Stop them!" All the demons were shocked by him and revealed suspicious expressions. Although the lightning was strong, if it was a large area attack, it would definitely disperse the power, so there was no need to make such a fuss. The judge did not have time to explain to the crowd. With a flash, he tore open the space and teleported to Yunxiao's side. Then, he grabbed the golden and silver lightning ball with both hands and threw it directly at Yunxiao's head. Yu was prepared. He shouted, "Scram!" The two swords pierced straight into the two balls of light, and the power of the dragon realm spread out. Boom! Under the forceful resistance, Yu was at a disadvantage. His swords were vibrating and his dragon body was also in a state of shock. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he did not take a step back. "I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me?" A cold voice came from beside him. The Xianxia star-shattering blade came slashing horizontally. He knew how powerful Shang was, so he used all his strength in the strike, splitting the sky and earth. Bang! Bang! Shang's face was dark as he shook the two true dragon's swords away before punching the blade. With a boom, the blade images were shattered. The two of them were both shocked and retreated several steps. The judge was furious. With a clench of his right hand, he held the armillary sphere in his palm and threw it at Yunxiao. A wave of world energy spreading out under the starry sky and devouring all energy. Even if the 8-charm vermilion saliva incident happened again, he could suppress it with the power of the holy weapon. "Go and help Gu Feiyang." With a loud cry, Tian Zhaozi teleported up and appeared directly behind Yunxiao and Bai Mingnan, then struck their backs with both hands in an incantation gesture. Suddenly, the space was compressed, as if a hand of rules had forcibly pulled the two out of the space, and the three of them instantly disappeared in front of the armillary sphere. Yu and Xianxia were the closest. Under the suppression of the world power, they didn't dare to resist and hurriedly flew away. The referee was shocked. His attack had missed, while Tenzhou Zi and the other two had appeared thousands of feet in the air. Tenzhou Zi had used up almost all his energy in that teleportation. Not only was his face pale, but his skinny body was also trembling. The lightning and the poison were growing and slowly fusing together. Shang panicked and shouted, "Quickly stop the two of them! That's the 5 major poisons of extinction." There was a commotion among the demons as they said in horror. "What?" In particular, those who had managed to survive the attack of the 8-charm vermilion saliva were so frightened that they trembled. As soon as he said that, several beams of light shot up into the sky. The demons Shang, Sun, Huang, and Ci, the humans Yu, Xianxia, Bin Chan Si Tingyu, He Yuhu, Wei Shishir, Tian Xingzi, and even Wei Qing also charged over. Although the human race lacked powerhouses who had reached the peak, most of them were saints. Even if they couldn't win, they could still delay the pace. "Is it that hard to get you out?" Yu's swords were like rain, turning into countless sword rays that slashed towards Shang. Xianhua's blade light was also like a dark shadow, her body flashing continuously. However, after 2 moves, Shang took out his armillary sphere and the two of them spat out blood. But they did not dodge. "You wanna die?" Shang's brow furrowed. "Dead? Die, your sister. I've lived for countless years, but I've never seen anyone who can kill me." Yu went all out. Blood continued to burst out from the dragon's body, and the 2 swords in his hands turned into golden dragon claws to block the armillary sphere. Xianhua's condition was even worse. The star-shattering blade was originally exquisite and had countless beautiful jades and precious stones on it. At this moment, they shattered one by one. The spiritual energy on the blade became weaker and weaker, and there was a vague spirit that was gradually dissipating. He gritted his teeth, unable to speak under the pressure of the world force, and could only glare at Shang. "The spirit of the two of you is worthy of praise. In that case, I'll send the two of you on your way first." The judge's eyes were filled with killing intent. He pushed the armillary sphere and the 2 axes of heaven and earth turned into a slash. The power of the world surged and was about to break through the duo's defense. Suddenly, a ray of light descended and turned into the samsara wheel. It pressed down on the armillary sphere. It was Si Tingyu. Seeing that the two could not hold on any longer, and recalling Yunxiao bombarding the armillary sphere with the divine realm tablet, she decided to go all out and forcibly drove the samsara wheel to crash into it. Boom! An extremely powerful light burst out like the explosion of a scorching sun. It was about to engulf the 3 of them. Suddenly, a strange feeling emerged. It was as if time had stopped and everything had returned to silence. Kangwu Cheong appeared beside the three of them and waved the universe light plate in his hands. Although it was only a moment of silence, he saved the three of them. However, the force of the impact was too strong. Although the three of them weren't swept up, they were ruthlessly sent flying, and their blood splattered into the sky. Even Kangwu Cheong himself was forced to retreat with the universe light plate in his hands, spitting out blood. On the other side, the officials blocked Desolate's way and clapped their hands together. "Stop! Take my Kwafu chasing the sun." A strange formation light appeared behind him, and countless talismans flew up from his divine body. "TSK! An ant trying to shake a tree." Huang sneered, his face full of disdain. He pressed down with his palm, blocking the power of the fists. He clenched his fist hard, and Bin Chen's expression changed. The vision behind him collapsed, and some of the acupuncture points on his body exploded one by one like the force of his own fist. The peerless divine body with all 7 gates open was actually broken so easily. Desolate grinned cruelly as if he was playing with a mouse. Suddenly, he frowned and raised his head. The crocodile had grown to 10 times its original size. He had no idea when it had appeared above him and was about to bite him. Not only that, but he also felt a creepy feeling spreading from the bottom of his heart. He hurriedly looked to his right. Wei Qing's face was cold. His left hand formed a seal and his right hand was placed beside his body. A majestic aura of hostility gathered and was about to take shape. Desolate was shocked. He didn't care about the officials or the alligators, but he didn't want to experience the feeling of hell brought by the blade of judgment. No longer in the mood to play with the guests, he raised his palm and sent the guests flying back, spitting out blood. Desolate dodged the crocodile's attack and reappeared dozens of meters away. However, the crocodile was transformed from the astral wind and was extremely fast, chased after him and bit him. Huang was furious. He stood firm and punched out. The space exploded and the crocodile's body exploded. A black hole appeared in front of him. The black hole seemed to have an extremely strong tearing force. The crocodile was scattered into astral winds and was continuously swallowed by the black hole. Desolate sneered. Just as he was feeling proud, he was startled and thought, "Not good." Wei Qing had appeared behind him without him knowing, and the blade of judgment in his hand had already taken shape. He grinned gloomily and said, "The Emperor of all demons? Pfft! Die!" The blade cut across the sky and came directly. Desolate was horrified. It was too late to dodge, so he could only roar. His body seemed to expand as he punched again. Boom! The purgatory of Azura appeared. It looked like the entire sky had been dragged into the 18 levels of hell. Countless evil ghosts and souls were writhing, dashing toward Desolate. The people of the Soul Devourer sect trembled as they looked at the scene of the purgatory of cultivation with shock and horror. Huangfu Biai's face was gloomy and his eyes were flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. Many experts left in the air, but he remained calm and stood still. Suddenly, the Golden Whisperer appeared in the sky and shone brightly. It was actually hiding around and devouring the souls. It had just eaten its fill and flew into Huangfu Biai's body with a satisfied look. Huangfu Biai's aura suddenly rose. He gave a long roar, grabbed the Pangu banner and rushed forward. However, he had picked the weakest opponent, the High Priest, and struck him down. CI was already exhausted from the long battle, and although Huangfu Bai was injured by Yi's attack, he had recovered quite a bit and was able to suppress CI. Huangfu Bai glanced at Tian Xingzi, who was not far away from him. Tian Xingzi had also picked the weakest opponent Li and was having a great time fighting. The two of them seemed to be the only humans who had the upper hand. He couldn't help but snort coldly. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, a mirror appeared near Yunxiao, and as the light flickered, Shi's figure appeared. He had relied on the power of the 1000 Revolution Array to forcefully teleport over and was actually faster than everyone else. Gu Feiyang, I bet you never thought that you would die in my hands. Shi's face turned cold. He held the mirror in his left hand and made a hand seal with his right hand. A lute fell from the sky and he took it into his arms. Yunxiao's face was calm, and he and Baiming Nen seemed to be completely indifferent to everything else. They were trying to merge the thunder world with the green poison, completely ignoring him. She snorted and seemed to be a little annoyed. He plucked his 5 fingers in the air and the sound of the pipa's string vibrated, turning into a slash. "I'll be your opponent." Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of him, and a sharp sword slashed out, cutting the string sound with a bang. The black shadow continued to shrink, finally revealing Shinto Ishiao's shadow. Looking at the sword in his hand, he exhaled a breath of air onto the sword. With a buzzing sound, he said, "The edgeless sword." Zhe's expression immediately turned ugly. The person in front of him was obviously a difficult master. He held the lute in his arms, and the golden spear iron horse's ancient sound turned into a sword and flew out. Not far away from where the two were fighting, Wei Shirshir grabbed in the air. A dense net suddenly appeared in her hand, and she threw it out. A dense mass of threads spread out and shone towards Mo's bloodlight. Swish! A saber light shot out from the bloodlight. It carried an extremely strong dragon's might and instantly cut the net. It then rushed over. "Stop!" Black Universe shouted as he slashed down with his blade. Bang! The saber shattered the sky, and the saber light cut through the air for hundreds of feet. The bloodlight was split into 2. However, 2 of the judges immediately attacked Black Universe Protector from the left and right. Die! Black Universe Protector was shocked as he spun his saber and sent it toward the 2. However, he was already heavily injured. He would not be able to deal with even one of them, let alone 2. Bang! The saber in his hand was sent flying, and one of the referees slapped his chest, shattering his internal organs and causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Among the 3 great experts of the monster race, Mo Wui was the strongest in terms of combat strength. At that time, his main body was fighting with Gu Qingqing for the Blood God bead, while his clone was fighting fiercely with Yunxiao. Now, not only had he fused with Mr. Yang, but he had also eaten the self-evolved Mr. Yang. Even Yunxiao's demonic weapon of 6 paths could only slightly injure him. The palm had struck half of Black Universe Protector's spine. If it had been intact, Black Universe Protector would have been dead. Even so, Black Universe Protector could feel his power being drained away. He held onto his saber as he retreated in midair. His vision started to blur and his consciousness started to fade. "Lord Black Universe Protector!" Wei Shirshir cried out in alarm and hurriedly rushed over. Her body flashed with light and actually became somewhat transparent. The sound of a sword rang out, simple and melodious, deafening even the deaf. "What?" Mo furrowed his brows. With a flash of blood-red light, he combined his 2 bodies and gave up on chasing after He Yuhu. He turned around and slapped Wei Shirshir's sword. Bang! The bloody palm pressed on the sword, causing countless talismans to vibrate and circle in the air, forming a wonderful song. "Interesting," Mo Yushan said. The bone jade knife flew out and slashed down. It hit the sword and instantly extinguished the music. The vast dragon might and the knife light clashed. Although Wei Shirshir was in a wonderful state, her arm was still numb from the shock, and she was forced to retreat 300 meters in the air. However, Mo Yun laughed. Blood escape was a powerful movement technique that was not weaker than thunder escape. He arrived almost instantly and the golden scale blade slashed horizontally. Dang! Wei Shirshir forcefully raised her Zhen Yuan and blocked with her sword. Pieces of sword talismans shattered like wind chimes, crisp but sad. Eft! Wei Shirshir's face turned pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body trembled like a wind chime. The dragon chi on the golden scale saber had already broken through her protective Zhen Yuan and rushed into her body, shattering her meridians. There was no expression on her beautiful face, but her eyes, which had always been indifferent, became sad. This is interesting. The referee seemed to have noticed something. He stared at Wei Shirshir's face and suddenly grinned evilly as he reached out to grab her. Wei Shirshir's body trembled even more violently. Her eyes were filled with resentment and shame, but there was no longer any killing intent. Instead, under the blood-red hand, she became desperate. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her vision began to blur. At this moment, it was as if there was no life and death battle, no heaven and earth. Only she was left alone, and there was an unprecedented peace. Under Thousand Leaves Island there was a peach tree. Under the tree, he was dressed in a robe whiter than snow. The zither music was like the mirror flowers in the water moon, but it made her thoughts fluctuate. Countless drops of red fell from the sky, and the green leaves came and went calmly. All of them turned into the sound of the fingertips, flowing in the long river of time. He recited, "Life is like knowing everywhere. It should be like a flying swan stepping on snow and mud. There's a claw occasionally left on the mud, and Hong Fei's counting thing." The sound of the poem entered his ears. Her vision blurred, and tears fell down her cheeks. At this moment, we look at each other but don't hear each other. May the moon shine on you. Suddenly, the blood-red hand stopped in midair and Mo's eyes narrowed as he looked forward. With a clear sound, the fleeting years suddenly felt like a dream. Past and present lives, hundreds of generations, thousands of years. Wei Shirshir's entire body trembled as she suddenly raised her head. Tears flowed down her cheeks, washing away her disguise and transforming into another peerlessly beautiful face. A zither note tore through the air, transforming into waves of ripples that resonated endlessly in the world. Buddhist sea clear sound tune. In the vast sky, the sound of Sanskrit reverberated and turned into runes that sprinkled down like pearls falling on a jade plate. The notes condensed into a figure holding a zither and descended from the void. In the distance, Zhe was shocked to find that the lute in his hand had lost all its spiritual qi, and the wisp of ancient music had become silent. Not only him, but all the people who practiced music could not make a sound no matter how hard they tried. 10,000 strings made no sound, but he knew who he was speaking to. Even Yunxiao and Baiming Nan were slightly distracted by the music, and both of them looked surprised. "You're here." Wei Shirshir's tears were already falling like rain. "I'm coming." The man with the zither only said 3 words, but they contained the helplessness of many years and the feelings of ancient and modern times. The sky was filled with red peach blossoms, and the ground was filled with love and yearning. "Whoever comes will die." Mo's face was cold. The jade bone and golden scale daggers joined together and transformed into a dragon to slash. The harp in the man's hand flew up. It was like a lofty mountain, like the murmuring of water, like the traceless time, like the sound of nature. Wei Shirshir trembled and laughed from crying. She raised the long sword in her hand and sent several incantation seals into it. Countless notes flew up and melded into the zither. They actually reflected each other and rippled in the sky. The zither and sword combined, turning into threads of condensed killing intent, hard and soft as one. Everything they had learned and missed in their lives had been turned into this song. With the support of the heavenly stars and the condensation of the earth's qi, there was the image of a soaring tiger in the universe that directly split the sky for 1,000 miles and slashed out. Boom! As the twin blades transformed into dragons and collided with the sound slash, the dragon's body collapsed and countless cold glints shot out in an earth-shattering manner. What? Mo was shocked. He had used all his strength, but he couldn't withstand his opponent's zither and sword. The terrifying music was like an eternal echo that swallowed him. This ensemble changed the color of the wind and clouds, and the wails of ghosts and howls of gods shocked the entire audience. Black Universe Protector forcefully supported his body that was on the verge of collapse and said in surprise, "Li Huaqi." The man in white held the zither in one hand and held Wei Shirshir's hand in the other. The two of them were like a celestial couple. They stood in the sky and looked at each other, as if they had set their fate for 3 lifetimes. At this moment, Wei Shirshir's appearance had already changed. She looked even more like Xianxia, who was rumored to have died long ago. "How did you know I was here?" "Your precious body, your sword sound. Once you step into the continent, my zither will be able to find it." The clear sound of the Buddhist sea illuminated a little spiritual connection. "Let's go," Li Huaqi said. No one will be able to separate us from now on. Xianxia covered her mouth and could not hold back her tears. She nodded heavily and was about to follow him to the ends of the earth. You guys can't leave. The battle isn't over yet. Black Universe Protector was shocked. What does the outcome have to do with me? Li Huaqi said indifferently. He did not care about the conflict between the two clans. He held Xianxia's hand and was about to leave this purgatory of Azura. Xianxia suddenly trembled and pulled him back. I can't leave. Li Huaqi frowned slightly and seemed to be displeased, but he didn't say anything. Xianxia smiled and said, The seal on the 5-cloud mountain was broken because of me. I have to end this karma. After this, I'll let go of everything in this world and follow you from the past to the present. Good. Li Huaqi also smiled and said, Then I'll end this with you. End this matter? Is this something you can decide? The judge's voice resounded in the sky as countless blood rays gathered to form a true body. The true body had a gloomy face as it stared at the two of them with hatred. Li Huaqi put down his zither and was about to make a move, but his expression suddenly changed as he looked up at the sky. The thunderbolt and the green poison were almost overlapping with each other. Yunxiao and Beifeng then each performed an incantation gesture while controlling the powerful green ball of lightning with one hand. Amaterasu, who was behind him, was extremely anxious. He was sweating profusely as he said, I've bought you so much time. Are you done? How long more do you need? I've already fused them together a few minutes ago, Yunxiao said with a faint smile. I've already done it. What? You've already recovered? Amaterasu jumped up and said angrily, Why are you still dawdling here? Why aren't you using it? This is a new move that Brother Jinan and I created, Yunxiao said seriously. I've been thinking about what domineering name I should call it. I haven't thought of it yet, so I haven't put it into practice. Amaterasu, Ing Luo. He only felt his chest tighten, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He almost roared in anger. Don't mess around. Hurry up and use it. Why don't you think of a name for us, Lord Amaterasu? Yunxiao asked. Tenzatzi thought, Ha. He even wanted to kill Yunxiao. Not only him, but the two of them did not try to cover up their conversation. Almost all the martial artists who had survived until now could be said to be experts, and they all heard it clearly. There were at least 900 people who wanted to kill him. Since it's the combination of the E with green lightning and the 7 illusions green lightning, why don't we call it the E with green lightning spell? Said Baiming Nan thoughtfully. Yunxiao's face turned green as he said, Can you be normal? Aren't you afraid of people laughing at your intelligence? Bei Xiaonan furrowed his brows. I think that's a pretty good name. Come up with one, then. But be quick. I think some of them are about to be beaten to death. Tian Zhaozi was on the verge of tears as he said helplessly, Stop playing around, Ing Luo. Let's call it lightning and poison fusion technique, all right? Yunxiao was dissatisfied. Why don't we establish a sect and name it Poisonous Thunderball? Baiming then shook his head and said, Not good. The lightning and green lightning are both evolved from the second wood element. They should highlight the verdant and vibrant nature of wood. Why don't we call them yo-yo? Li Huaqi smiled. I think Hua Yin treading in snow is suitable. It means that Xianxia and I have finally reunited after a long time. We will finally meet again. Xianxia held hands with him. Her face was red, but it was filled with sweetness. Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, Do you think you're giving your son a name? I have a premonition that the power of this move will be unparalleled in history, and its name will go down in history. We must be careful. Shintu Yixiao looked back and said, This ball is not only endless, but it also repeats itself, contains the meaning of good after bad. How about adding a rotation? A spinning yo-yo? Asked Baiming Nan. I feel okay. Although these 4 words will be repeated and contained in them, they lack the domineering aura that can be passed down for generations, Yunxiao said thoughtfully. I'll add 4 more words. How about cool and alluring spinning yo-yo? I think it's a good idea, said Baiming Nan, his eyes lighting up. Amaterasu Z. Is this 4 words? What a shitty name. Che Yu cursed. Yunxiao changed his hand seal and pointed forward as he shouted, "Spin!" Rings of lightning appeared on the green ball, circling around it like a ring of stars. It was like a flower bud blossoming, becoming more exquisite. "Turn!" Beiming Nen also changed his technique and shouted. Some jade-green branches and tendrils came out of the ball, shuttling back and forth in the lightning as if they were alive. They bloomed like runes, and the whole green ball became full of vitality. The light shone on the two people's faces as if they were poisoned, and they turned green for a while. Meng Bai stood in the distance and watched quietly, his face full of horror. The 8 charms vermilion saliva in his body had almost dried up after the previous attack, but at this moment, under the influence of the green poison, it was constantly secreted. The black robe was covered with drops of vermilion poison. Shang's expression turned ugly. Even he felt the pressure from that move. Meng Bai's strength was not strong, but the damage caused by the Rudra mystic water and the 8-charm vermilion saliva was astonishing and terrifying. Both Yunxiao and Beifeng Nan had extraordinary physical bodies. One of them had mastered the heaven and earth poison body, while the other had transformed the second wood into thunder. The two elements fused together and soon caused a change in the world. Rolling dark clouds gathered, with thunder and purple light rolling inside. "What's going on?" Amaterasu asked in shock. "The heavenly Tao is actually forming lightning." Beifeng Nan's face was also extremely serious as he shouted, "Everyone, retreat. This move is extremely powerful and will harm the peace of the heavens. I'm afraid it won't be tolerated by the heavenly Tao and will be destroyed by lightning." As soon as these words came out, everyone was so shocked that their blood ran cold. Everyone understood what intolerable by the heavenly Tao meant. It meant going beyond the rules of a realm and being rejected by the realm's power. Shang and the others' faces turned even uglier. The move was powerful, but it was still far from touching the realm's power. The reason it was rejected by the realm's power was probably because the attack's range was too wide, and it really hurt the mercy of the heavens. "Retreat! Everyone, retreat!" Desolate also thought of this, so he cried out in fear. His face darkened as he waved the flag desperately to disperse the formation and let the demons go. "It's too late to retreat now. I can't control it anymore." Yunxiao was shocked and bewildered. The ball of lightning poison in front of his palm grew stronger and stronger, and as the thunderclouds in the sky rolled, a purple light shot out of it. The thunder energy kept rising above his limit, and his face paled with fear. "Calm down," Beimang Nen shouted. "It's the field energy of the heavenly Tao lightning that has affected this move, and it can't gather lightning anymore." His green damask power could no longer keep up with the speed of the lightning. If he lost his balance and exploded on the spot, the two of them would probably die instantly. Yunxiao also understood this, so he shouted, "I'm done playing. Everyone, retreat." He also felt compassion. Even the demon army did not want to see the scene of corpses strewn all over the ground. The two of them began to quickly make hand seals, and countless runes were sent into the green ball. The terrifying power turned into circles of light and spread out. Everyone knew that it was going to explode, and they fled in fear. Yunxiao finished his action first. He pointed at the air with an incantation gesture and shouted, "Cool!" Beifeng and then formed a hand seal and shouted, "1,000 years and 10,000 years." The ball had already expanded to several feet in size, and its light shone in one direction. Under the combined efforts of the two, it suddenly transformed into a world and extended in the endless sky. Wherever the green light passed by, everything became obscure and dark, and everything withered. The entire universe lost its color, and even lost its sound. Those who were sucked into the thunder world were all stunned. After that, their bodies gradually turned into dust without any resistance. Countless years later, this madly pulling and cool spinning yo-yo was still known as the most terrifying large-scale attack divine skill in history, causing people's expressions to change. This move had also reversed the situation between the two races and extended the human race's luck for thousands of years, earning it the respect of thousands of generations. In the countless research done by later generations of martial artists on the Battle of the Seal, There were countless bizarre points of view. However, everyone agreed that the appearance of this move was the turning point of the entire battle. Countless monster race masters were instantly turned into ashes. Not even dregs were left after being struck by the power of the lightning poison. The leaders of the monster race were all furious and roared. Xiang took out his armillary sphere at once, and a world spread out with him as the center. At the same time, he cast the heaven-sealing stamp, trying to seal the power of Bai and spherical world. Other than this patch of light, the entire world was enveloped in an endless green of despair. Many human warriors who were too slow to escape were also caught up in it. They didn't even have time to scream or think before they turned to dust. Boom! Thunder boomed in the sky, and a purple dragon suddenly appeared and fell from the sky. The world-destroying divine lightning of Xianxia Zifu tore the thunder world apart without any hindrance and fell on the intersection point of the armillary sphere and the thunder world, which was the strongest point of the entire thunder world. Boom! A terrifying power swept through everything, and the entire thunder world suddenly collapsed. The armillary sphere also trembled violently and let out a sorrowful cry. Xiang was the first to be hit, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Many demons who were taking refuge in the power of the world also felt the pressure of the world-destroying godly thunder. They were like ants under the impact of the waves, and their fates were not in their control. However, under the impact of this aftermath, it was better than being hit by the yo-yo ball. One might die while the other would definitely die. As the thunder world was broken, Yunxiao and Baiming Nan coughed up blood on the spot. Even though they had extraordinary bodies, blood kept bursting out of their bodies, and their auras were rapidly weakening. To love all living beings, to bring joy, is to be kind. Pity all living beings, get rid of their pain, and become sad. The heavens had the virtue of caring for all living things, and the heavenly Tao had a compassionate heart. It could not bear the suffering of all living beings, so it sent down boundless power to break the killing barrier. The green world of death was blasted into pieces and dispersed by the power of the heavenly Tao. The world returned to its previous colorful state, and light descended. But everyone shuddered and felt cold all over. Their eyes were full of fear as they looked at Yunxiao and Baiming Nan. The tens of thousands of rolling demonic qi that had surrounded them were swept away. The leaders of the demon race felt cold all over, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Although the attack just now had been short, no one knew how many of their people had died. They only knew that there were a lot of them. Li's voice trembled and she couldn't help but cry. She sobbed, "A beast Bayan, are they still human?" Desolate's face was also white. The loss this time was unprecedented in the history of the demon race. But now he was the emperor of all demons, and he would leave a mark in history. Damn it! He was almost screaming, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He was almost going crazy. Suddenly, a mirror light flashed in the sky and Zhi's figure appeared. Then the mirror shattered with a bang. Zhi's expression was also unsightly, his eyes bulging like a dead fish's. He said in a trembling voice, "A total of 9,000 people have set up the 1,000 revolution array, but only 5,000 are left." After reporting this figure, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. It was unknown whether he was injured just now or was triggered by this matter, but his body trembled violently. The demons were in a state of panic. In just one move, they had killed 4,000 elite demons, with almost half of them dead or injured. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi had used the armillary sphere and the heaven-sealing seal to suppress some of the power, and that the power of the heavenly Tao had shattered the thunder world in time, the number of deaths would have been even more terrifying. Mohe Ci and the others broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing what to do. Although the 5,000 elites and the 2,000 under Mo's command still held the overall advantage, their confidence had already crumbled and their morale was completely gone. What's the matter? Why do you all have such unsightly expressions?" Wei Qing also came back to his senses from the shock. He gave Yunxiao and Baiming Nan a look of dread, then turned to the demons and said with a sneer, "Since it's a battle, isn't it normal to die? It's just that more people will die than they will die." Moreover, there are only 4,000 of them. That's not a lot, he was gloating. Si Tingyu and the other governing officials turned pale as they looked at Wei Qing emotionlessly, thinking to themselves that this person was indeed a formidable man. Although this kind of situation happened to his opponent, he couldn't be happy. He was ruthless and determined enough. In a battle between two races, the death of 4,000 people was indeed not considered a lot, but to kill 4,000 people in one move was shocking. From the beginning of the battle until now, the killing had been so fierce and miserable, and only 1,000 people from each race had died. Now, it was like a dream that 4,000 people had died in one go. No matter who the leader of the demon race was, he couldn't help but tremble. He clenched his teeth and said, "Kill, kill!" He had to kill Yunxiao no matter what. No matter who it is, even if it's just a cat or a dog. As long as Yunxiao is killed, I'll make him the demon emperor. The voice was filled with a shrill scream, boundless hatred, determination, and unwillingness. You finally realized how right Shang's bet was. Everyone, get your spirits up. Desolate gritted his teeth. Gather and fight again. All generals, listen up. The judge shouted in a deep voice. You must kill Li Yunxiao and avenge the dead of our clan. The word revenge immediately triggered the ruthlessness in the bones of the demon race. The originally low morale began to rise, and the sky was once again shrouded in demonic qi. The ferocious and brutal aura spread on every demon, spreading like an infectious disease. Revenge! Revenge! All kinds of cries rose and fell, and in the end, they joined together like a tsunami, bringing with it endless grief and indignation. Yunxiao did not expect the move to be so powerful. Not only did it trigger the heavenly thunder, but the aftermath of the thunder and the backlash also affected his body. Even the combination of the tyrant body tempering technique, the bright glass body, and the fiend body felt very uncomfortable and kept vomiting blood. It was as if he had touched the mercy of the heavenly Tao. Even with the three-colored light on his body, his internal injuries were still healing extremely slowly. Beifeng Nan was not any better. His handsome appearance had long collapsed, turning into a rotting corpse. It was a creepy sight. No one knew what kind of monster he was, and they did not dare to get close. Yunxiao coughed up another mouthful of blood as he pointed angrily at the sky and shouted, "What mercy of the heavenly Tao! The strong preyed on the weak, and only the fittest survived. Only 4,000 people died, and now the heavens have sent a punishment to me. That day, when Moonsong was in the city, I used the lives of the entire city to cultivate the armillary sphere. Was there any mercy from the heavenly Tao? Everyone was silent. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong were respected. Even in the eyes of the human race, the 300,000 people in the city were just mortals. Their lives were far less valuable than the 4,000 demons who had been annihilated. Haha! The mercy of the heavenly Tao is also so snobbish." Yunxiao laughed wildly and forced himself to stand straight, showing his unyielding attitude. It was like an ancient pine tree, or the bright moon in the sky, indestructible for a long time. Gu Qingqing looked at the three-colored light flowing on his body and said in shock, "The light glass body of the king of the southern region." Her voice was extremely low and no one heard her. "You're just an ant," Huang said angrily. "How can you compare to the elite of our race? Today, not only will the heavenly Tao want to kill you, but I will also kill you. Kill! Kill! Kill!" He roared several times, the battle flag fluttered, and the drums shook the sky. Li beat the war drum in grief and anger, and the melody reverberated in the sky. It was as if it was summoning thousands of troops and horses, but it also seemed like it was ferrying the dead. Although the demons had suffered heavy losses, the grief gathered all the demons together, and the killing intent was overwhelming. Wei Qing led the more than 200 ultimate body existences and walked forward without fear. "Lord Wei Qing," Meng Bai suddenly called out. "Lord Wei Qing." Wei Qing stopped in his tracks and said without turning his head, "What's wrong?" Meng Bai's eyes were filled with confusion as he said, "I only feel that the person looks very familiar, as if I've seen him a long time ago." "You're thinking too much," said Wei Qing lightly. "Maybe it's because I used too much strength just now and used up too much physical strength. Don't think too much and have a good rest." Meng Bai frowned and could not help but look at Xianxia a few more times, while Wei Qing's big hand patted his hair. Meng Bai nodded and said, "I understand." He cast aside all distracting thoughts and began to recuperate. His heaven and earth poisoned body had also sensed the alluring and cool Thousand Autumn and ancient revolving mayfly ball and secreted a large amount of 8-charm vermilion saliva, which was extremely effective in recovering his strength. Wei Qing looked at him and immediately felt relieved. He continued to lead the ultimate form and walked towards the demons. However, his mind was spinning. After witnessing the power of the cool and magnificent spinning yo-yo, Meng Bai's status in his heart had risen to an extremely high level, and he had to control him tightly. Si Tingyu said to the crowd with a solemn expression, "No matter what the outcome of today's battle is, our names will be remembered for thousands of years. I only hope that everyone will do their best and fight for the good fortune of our race. Don't worry, all the powerhouses of my Thousand Mountains prefecture have fallen in this battle. I won't live alone even if I win 100 battles." The victors said indifferently. There was no joy or sorrow on his face, and his eyes were clear. In addition to his and Yunxiao's friends, the rest of the people here were from the 2 Holy Lands and the 7 sects, and they had also expressed their stance to fight to the death. Those who were heavily injured and no longer had the strength to fight all retreated, trying their best to recover and wait for another battle. The experts of the Sea of Soul formation also took out elixirs and mystic artifacts to distribute to the crowd. "They're here!" Si Tingyu shouted, and the demon army charged over, drowning Wei Qing and the other 200 men. "Lord Tianqin, I hope you can take charge of the situation," Si Tingyu pleaded earnestly. Other than Wei Qing, Shi Heiyuhu, and Kangwu Qiong were all heavily injured and could no longer fight. He had originally wanted Shintu Yixiao to take charge of the situation, but since Li Huaqi was present, and he had left a good impression in the previous battle, coupled with the title of Martial Emperor Tianqin, he was the most suitable person to take charge. Li Huaqi looked around and found no better candidate, so he agreed, "Good. It would be impolite to refuse the act of righteousness." He held Tianqin in his arms and held Xue Chenxi's hand as they walked towards the monster army. "Everyone, please follow me." Previously, the 2 Holy Lands had less than 200 people who had survived and could still fight, including Shadow Agency, Myriad Stars Valley, and Soul Devourer Sect. There were less than 300 people. They had all faced death with equanimity and headed towards the 7,000-strong demon army. Si Tingyu's nose twitched as she looked at everyone's backs. At her level of cultivation, she was supposed to be pure-hearted and emotionless, but this time it was too miserable. After this battle, the Holy Regent's power would probably be reduced by more than half. Only the old, weak, and disabled soldiers were left behind. Mo Xiaochuan and the others also rushed forward, while Yunxiao and Baiming Nen sat cross-legged in the air alone to regulate their breathing. The crowd was too afraid of the two of them to approach. Even Gu Qingqing, after hesitating for a while, also followed and joined the battle. At this moment, no one had any thoughts or emotions. Only the word battle remained in their minds. Suddenly, ripples began to appear in the sky. They appeared in circles and spread out for dozens of miles, attracting everyone's attention. Tian Zhaozi's eyes brightened, and he said in joy, "It's a 9th Order Saint-level warship. Nan Fengxian and the others are here." Everyone was overjoyed, and their eyes lit up as if they had found a life-saving straw. Within the countless ripples, the rumbling of battleships could be heard. Then huge 9th-grade battleships appeared. Although there were only 5 of them, they covered a huge area. The leaders of the monster race all had ugly expressions. The entire elite demon race was here. If they were defeated in this battle, it was likely that they would not be able to recover for thousands of years. "Aya, it's so tragic." A silvery female voice rang out, and Nanfeng Xian's figure gradually appeared in front of Si Tingyu and the others. Then more than 10 shadows appeared and saluted. They were the leaders and deputy of the divisions, all of whom were strong leaders. "Quickly go and help Wei Qing and the others." Si Tingyu said hurriedly. Nanfeng Min glanced at the battlefield and said worriedly, "So many demons? It's a miracle that you're still alive." Black Universe Protector's face darkened and he shouted, "What are you saying? Why are you still so long-winded? Hurry up and send reinforcements." Hee. With a smile, Nanfeng Xian's exquisite figure disappeared from where she was standing. Her voice rang out from afar. "Let's go. Don't just stand there." The leaders of the divisions followed him. The experts on the 5 giant battleships also flew out. Shadows flashed unceasingly, entering the battle. However, there was still a limit to the number of people, but it had increased by 400 or 500 people. It was still an astonishing 1-to-10 ratio against the Yao. Soon after, the Sea of Soul Formation sent reinforcements again, supplementing them with more than 100 people. Moreover, the Iron Law of the Holy Region had been spread to all the sects, forcibly dispatching the experts of the major sects to come over. From time to time, martial artists would appear from all over the place and join the battlefield. However, there were also some who wanted to escape with a changed expression after seeing the situation. Kanggu Qiong had specially arranged for 2 experts from the Shadow Agency to keep an eye on the scene. If they found anyone escaping, they would be executed without mercy. Even so, the humans were still being pushed back and their casualties were increasing. It was as if they had fallen into a quagmire that they could not extricate themselves from, taking away countless lives. Si Tingyu and the others felt their hands and feet turn cold. They had no idea how many humans had died in this battle. They only knew that the number was getting higher and higher. It seemed impossible to reverse the overwhelming momentum of the demons with only a few martial artists on the battlefield. Unless he pulled out the cool, eternal spinning yo-yo again. But Yun Xiao and Bai Ming Nan were still in pain, so it was impossible for them to make another move. Meng Bai was not strong enough, and he could not be counted on at all. "What?" He Yuhu's face turned green as he said angrily, "Of the 7 great sects, why are the Red Moon City, the Long family, the Blade sect, and the Bai Ming family nowhere to be seen?" Kanggu Qiong sighed. "Aya, the Red Moon City is now completely under Wei Qing's command. After the Long family's head, Long Chenrin, died, he seemed to have broken away from the sanctuary's control. The Blade sect and the Bai Ming family have always obeyed on the surface but opposed on the surface. At this moment, they realized that the sanctuary realm was not as powerful as they had thought, and their control over the world was weakening. Wei Qing once said that if we want to control the world, we should first control the 7 major sects. Kanggu Qiong said. "He's right." Si Tingyu snorted. "That's easy to say, but how difficult is it to control the 7 major sects? The situation is so difficult now. It's not the time to be lamenting. Everyone, quickly think of a way. I'm afraid we're going to lose this battle," Kanggu Qiong said worriedly. "Unless one of the 10 martial sovereigns or the 7 great sects come together, we might be able to turn the tables. It's impossible to gather all of them at once," Tenzhou Zi said. "But the situation might not be as pessimistic as you think. There might be one person who can turn the tide." "Who is it?" Everyone was shocked. Even Peak of Perfection might not be able to turn the situation around by himself. However, if there was another powerful being at the Peak of Perfection, the situation could at least last for a while. "Could it be the other 2 lords in the fairies' capital?" Si Tingyu asked. "They've always been mysterious." Tenzhou shook his head. "I haven't seen them in years. I wonder if they're dead." He turned his gaze to the 5-Cloud Mountain and said, "Everyone, don't forget that the Palace Master of Shenshao Palace, Chu Hongyan, is also at the foot of the 5-Cloud Mountain." Everyone suddenly recalled what Gu Qingxing had said, and they could not help but look at Yun Xiao. At that moment, the 5-Cloud Mountain released a brilliant light that shone into the 9 heavens. At the same time, talismans flew up from the mountain, and the 5-Cloud Mountain, which connected the sky and the earth, seemed to have begun to change and was about to rise. Mo Zhang, Li Huaqi, and the others were in the middle of a killing spree when they were suddenly shocked. They looked around and found that Gu Qingxing was no longer there, and they cried out in their hearts. The 5-Cloud Mountain was like a profound level weapon hanging in the air. The powerful weapon essence was absorbed into it, and finally turned into a big seal, falling into the palm of a person, Gu Qingqing. She heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a gratified smile. Don't argue with me yet. The two races are in a life-and-death battle right now, and we need your strength. As for your disciple's body, I think maybe I will return it to her. How do you expect me to believe you? Chu Hongyan's voice came from the ground, but no one could see her. Gu Qingqing giggled. I'm your senior. You must be Lord Yu's grand-disciple, right? Hee. You should know that Yu Jun is this lady's grand-disciple. Chu Hongyan did not speak again. Suddenly, a purple cloud rushed up from the ground, and all the stars in the sky appeared. A sword chi gathered countless starlight, rolled up 1,000 waves, and broke through the edge. The battlefield was like a purgatory of cultivation, where countless souls of dead warriors and evil spirits were gathered. Suddenly, a purple light shone in and a passage was instantly split open. Huang was shocked. Even he did not dare to take the sword head-on. He yelled, "Spread out!" Many people were unable to dodge in time and were instantly crushed by the sword chi. A broad path appeared in the battlefield, leading to a distance. The entire battle was shocked by this sword, and almost stopped. After that, a beautiful figure appeared like water or a breeze. In this killing field, it gave people a sense of peace and a beautiful feeling in their despair. Clang, a sword sound rang out, and the figure had already passed in front of the crowd and thrust his sword at Yunxiao. Beifeng Nan was shocked. He wanted to stop her, but his injuries were aggravated and he felt a sharp pain in his body. The heaven and earth poison body and poison nourished each other. Under the divine power just now, almost all the poison in his body was extracted, and his body was also showing signs of collapse. It was extremely difficult to recover in a short period of time. Chu Hongyan's sword had already stabbed at Yunxiao. The tip of the sword pressed against his throat. Yunxiao looked down and saw that the sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from his throat. You actually didn't die. You lied to me. It's true that he died, but it's an accident that he didn't. Then why didn't you come find me? Aren't they already here? If they had never met in life, he would still be the unrivaled martial emperor, and she would still be the palace master of the divine cloud palace, respected by thousands. Fate had arranged for you to meet the person you met among millions of people. In the tens of millions of years, in the boundless wilderness of time, he was neither too early nor too late. He just happened to catch up. Some people say that loneliness is not innate, but it starts from the moment you fall in love with someone. Then do you know how lonely I've been all these years? Hee. If you're serious, you'll lose. You're a coward. I'll kill you. Chu Hongyan's body trembled, and her eyes widened as much as possible. It wasn't that he wanted to see clearly, but that it wouldn't be easy for him to shed tears. A bright red dot gradually appeared on Yunxiao's throat. It was the sword chi that was trembling uncontrollably and had pierced his skin. Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I lost too." As the sword fell, the tears couldn't help but flow. However, they flowed willingly. With this sentence, everything seemed to be worth it. It was engraved in his heart, and he returned with peace of mind. Whoever you've loved deeply, a day is equivalent to a year. Then why didn't you tell me? You never looked back, even when I let go of all my pride and restraint. Because you're too beautiful, so beautiful that I can't say it. It turned out that there was such a thing in the world. In just a moment, one's love for a person could reach the peak. I didn't let you out so that you two could be lovey-dovey and date. Gu Qingqing appeared beside the two of them and said, "Everyone in the world is watching. Can't you guys restrain yourselves and pay attention?" Chu Hongyan smiled and said, "So what if it's the people of the world? A place without him and me is not the world." Gu Qingqing was stunned for a moment and said, "This lady can't do such a thick-skinned thing like you. Aren't you ashamed?" Hearing this, Chu Hongyan's face turned red and her eyes flashed with embarrassment and anger. "Senior Gu Qingqing is right," Yunxiao said. "Let's end the battle here first. With you here, Hongyan, the situation may be reversed. Chu Hongyan nodded and took out a plate-like thing and handed it to Gu Qingqing. Senior, he said. Gu Qingqing naturally recognized it. It was the unique 1,000-mile sound transmitter of Xianxia Palace, which only the palace masters of the past generations had. It was impossible to replicate. You mean the Swan and I? Chu Hongyan said. Of course. Let the experts of the Divine Cloud Palace come. Everyone has a responsibility in the war between the two clans. Besides, the Divine Cloud Palace has stood on the continent for tens of thousands of years. It has nurtured vast righteousness and should be the first in the world. Gu Qingqing's eyes flashed with praise. You can go. Leave this matter to me. Chu Hongyan looked back at Yunxiao, smiled sweetly, and then turned into a breeze and left. Her appearance had always attracted the attention of everyone, especially the leaders of the monster race. They all revealed expressions of shock and anger. I think she has the power to reach the peak, shouted Huang. Who will fight her? At this moment, the referee was being suppressed by Li Huaqi and Xue Chenxi. Their attacks were fierce and difficult to deal with, so he had no time to spare for other things. I'll do it, he said. You should quickly kill the rest of the humans. Otherwise, the longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Not necessarily, said Desolate. In this battle, our tribe won't be able to stop us. It's not a bad thing to let their hotshots come here in batches and be killed. Preposterous, the referee angrily rebuked. If the entire human race on the heavenly martial continent is mobilized, we won't be able to stop them even if our combat power is several times stronger. Desolate's face was dark as he said coldly, Mr. Shang, mind your own business. I'm still the emperor of all demons. It's not your place to lecture me. Gang Chi's face turned ashen. If it weren't for this critical moment, he would have killed Desolate's host beast with one palm and dismembered it. In this situation, he could only snort angrily and charge at Chu Hongyan with the armillary sphere. Looking at him, Huang gave him a mocking smile. The pressure on the battlefield was greatly reduced after Chu Hongyan took down a master who had reached the peak of perfection. The speed of the defeat had also slowed down a lot, but it was still like a meat grinder with heavy casualties. Jun Ruyun, Haolian, and Xiaohuang were also badly injured, and they were ordered by Yunxiao to retreat back into the Divine Realm Tablet. Tian Zhaozi looked at the 5 ninth-grade warships floating in the sky and said, have everyone retreat to the starship and use the starship's attack and defense. If that's the case, Si Tingyu said worriedly, it's no different from a complete defeat. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to raise our morale again. It's no different from a complete defeat, Amaterasu replied. We can only delay time and continuously summon more experts. The palace master of Hongyan also sent a voice transmission back. As long as the experts of Xianxia Palace arrived, they might be able to turn the situation around. Don't forget that the elite force of the monster race is limited, while the heavenly martial continent is vast and has countless masters. Lord Amaterasu is right, Black Universe Protector said. We're at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It's almost 1 against 10. No matter how strong we are, we won't be able to hold on. As for the battle power of a peak-level martial artist, the advantage is already starting to lean towards us. That's right, Tenzhozi said. Stall their peak powerhouses. That way, it won't be so easy for those small troops to break through the 9th-grade warship. The battleship will be personally commanded by the few of you. Set up the 5 stars formation. Yes. At this moment, Wei Qing had already retreated from the battlefield, and the 4 senators from the Holy Region immediately flew into the warship. Including Amaterasu himself, there were exactly 5 people, and each of them was a commander of a warship. The martial artists who were unable to fight also followed. Yunxiao and the others followed Amaterasu to a warship. When the order to retreat was passed down, the cultivators who were still struggling in the battle immediately felt relieved and hurriedly turned to flee. However, it also caused their morale to collapse and many people were killed on the spot. Chu Hongyan and the others were shocked and did not know what was going on. However, Tenzhozi quickly transmitted his voice to them and explained the plan, asking them to hold off Shang and the other top powerhouses. Ever since the 5 battleships had crossed the region to come here, They had been hovering in the sky and had not flown away. They were afraid of accidentally injuring their own people, so they had not used their battleships. Under Tenzho Zi's command, they began to move slowly. All the formations were activated, and they were like 5 giant chess pieces that were fixed on the astrolabe. The defenses of the 5 warships immediately connected together, covering a radius of several thousand feet. Attack! Bombard it ruthlessly! A large number of human cultivators entered the defensive perimeter and were immediately safe. There were also some who could not retreat in time and could no longer care. With an order, all kinds of attack formations were activated. Countless rays of light were like rain droplets that covered the sky and earth, blasting indiscriminately. Boom! 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 The sky was filled with a huge roar, but it gave everyone a sense of security, and they couldn't wait for the sound to be louder. Those monsters weren't idiots. Seeing the light beams coming, they immediately scattered, swarming toward the battleships through the gaps between the attacks. Although the attacks were overwhelming and looked extremely fierce, in reality, they did not kill many people. When Yunxiao glanced at the warriors on the 5 warships, he was shocked. There were only 100 or so people left, and all of them were seriously injured. Many of the familiar faces from before had almost disappeared. Even Zhen Yu, who had come with Xianxia, had disappeared without a trace. He must have died on the battlefield. Before this, they had only thought about fighting. Now, looking at the defeated soldiers on the 5 battleships, they were all frightened. They didn't know how they had held on for so long. The victors seemed to be disheartened. They coughed violently and spat out large mouthfuls of blood mixed with some crushed internal organs. Their morale was getting lower and lower. The entire battlefield seemed to be held up by these high-level martial sovereigns. Everyone was under tremendous pressure. The powerhouses below the high-level martial sovereigns were like meat grinders as soon as they entered the battlefield. They were crushed instantly. Can we really win? The water deity was also a little terrified. Before this, she thought it was fun, but now that she had killed so many people, she was numb to it. She only knew how to kill, kill, kill. Now that she stopped, she thought of the blood that was flying all over the sky and couldn't help but want to vomit. Little junior sister. The chemical cultivator was shocked and quickly expressed his concern. He was also covered in blood and did not dare to take a step away from water deity. He was afraid that something would happen to his junior sister. Water deity shook her head. I'm fine. Why don't you summon Daodu and the rest? They can hold out for a while. She had had this idea for a long time, but Yunxiao did not agree with it. After all, the battlefield was too cruel. And if those deep-sea beasts died, the little princess would cry like hell. So he decided to forget it. Let's wait a little longer. It's not the time yet. He was waiting for a chance to turn the tables, but he did not seem to see any hope. Master Amaterasu, Gu Qingqing said, is this really all the power the sanctum has? Tian Zhaozi's face was livid, but he did not say a word. He just stared at the defensive battle circle, which was constantly bombarded by the demon race. If it were not for the several peak demon races being held back by Chu Hongyan, Li Huaqi, and the others, they would have already been broken through. Even so, it was only a matter of time before it was broken. Gu Qingqing shook her head and sighed. Each generation is worse than the last. Are we still going to keep defending like this? Yunxiao asked. Are we going to keep defending? Even if the experts of the Divine Cloud Palace come later, I'm afraid they won't be able to withstand the attack. Why don't we tear the passage and escape? We'll fight again another day. At the mention of escape, everyone looked over as if they had lost all their will to fight. If the defense of the 5 Stars formation was broken by the demon race, they would not be able to resist at all. Tian Zhaozi was upset. Since things had come to this, if he left, all his previous efforts would have been in vain, and all the martial artists he had sacrificed would have been in vain. Gu Qingqing also agreed. The monster race has 3 great beings at the peak of perfection. We can't stop their luck anymore. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to escape. Xianhua's face was pale, and he covered his chest with his hand, which was bleeding continuously. It's been a while since anyone has come. I'm afraid the prestige of the two Holy Lands is limited, and they can't move people anymore. How is this possible? A sanctuary division chief said in shock. Although there are many people here, the sanctuary's forces are definitely not limited to this. Gu Qingqing said, "Oh, then which part of the plan went wrong?" As soon as these words came out, their expressions changed greatly. Amaterasu seemed to have been moved as well. His pupils shrank as he shouted, "Open the passage and retreat!" The order was sent to the other 4 warships, causing a great uproar, but no one objected. The 5 battleships emitted formation light at the same time. They sensed each other and overlapped, spreading in the sky like water ripples. What? The demons outside the defense also immediately discovered this and stepped up their attacks, their hearts burning with anxiety. Are you going to escape? Desolate looked at the rippling water, his face calm as if he didn't have any big change. Shang and Bi's expressions changed drastically. Both of them had the same thought: they must annihilate these humans here, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Shang, on the other hand, believed that killing Yunxiao was more important. Even if everyone fled, Yunxiao could not leave. The appearance of the ripples in the sky made everyone's hearts race, and they all had their own thoughts. However, no matter how anxious Ren Shang was, this beautiful woman in front of him could take it calmly. If he was weak, the other party was weak. If he was a little stronger, the other party's strength could also be improved. Huido's true body was injured by the aftermath of the heavenly thunder, and the armillary sphere had lost a lot of spiritual energy. Even if he were to risk his life, he would not be able to take down this human woman in a short time. Chu Hongyan's plan was simple. She just wanted to keep Shang busy. As for winning or turning the tide, it was impossible without more powerful forces on the battlefield. Now that she saw that the human race had the intention to retreat, she was even more disinclined to continue fighting. As long as everyone retreated, it would be difficult for the demon race to stop her. He looked back at Yunxiao and smiled. All of a sudden, the water-like ripples gradually dispersed after a violent wave. The sky returned to its calm state, as if nothing had happened. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Not good. The space here has been suppressed, and we can't tear a passage out. A cry of alarm came from the warship, followed by some panic. Yunxiao and the others looked outside the defense in surprise. The demons were still fighting, and they did not seem to have made any moves. Xianxia was shocked. No wonder no one appeared for a period of time. The passage was actually sealed. Was it done by the demon race? Amaterasu's expression was unsightly. He looked up at the sky and shouted, "Who is it?" A wave of mental energy as vast as the ocean transformed into a dragon and charged forward. A loud noise came from the void. The ground shook and the battleship also shook. However, it could not break the iron bucket like shackles. Instead, it affected the 5 stars formation and became extremely unstable. Boom! Finally, one of the defenses was broken. The demons were overjoyed and rushed down to the first warship. Kill! Deafening roars shook the heavens. The demons pounced on the first battleship like a swarm of locusts, drowning it in an instant. The other warships immediately withdrew their defensive power, each taking their own positions. As the demons were all moving towards the first warship, the pressure on them was reduced significantly. However, they all looked at the submerged warship in front of them in horror. That's Lord Heiyuhu, Xianxia. Everyone was covered in cold sweat. Battle light kept rushing out of the battleship, but demons could be seen everywhere. Not good. The battleship is about to self-destruct. Run. Suddenly, a member of the demon clan shouted, and hundreds of figures immediately flew out and scattered in all directions. All the formations on the 9th grade warship were activated at the same time, emitting a dazzling light. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound, as if the sun had exploded in the sky. The terrifying aftermath spread out and swallowed hundreds of demons. Yunxiao's face was pale as he stared at the explosion. No one was able to see what was going on inside, but he could see clearly with his mystic spiritual eyes. This explosion was caused by Black Universe Protector, and that imposing figure was unyielding and unyielding. He shattered into dust in the explosion. How could it be? Cold sweat trickled down Xianhua's sideburns as he grabbed Yunxiao and said, "How's Black Universe Protector?" Yunxiao closed his eyes slightly and shook his head. Everyone immediately understood. They were all silent, as if they couldn't believe and accept it. One of the Holy Region's 5 great administrative divisions had actually fallen just like that. Desolate was overjoyed. He laughed crazily. "Haha, one is broken. There are 4 left. Go. Kill them all." Although the explosion had killed hundreds of demons, it had brought great morale. Everyone rushed to the other 4 ships. Amaterasu was also dazed for a moment, and he felt a little dazed. He said in a daze, "How could it be like this?" The 5 stars formation was broken. Although the defense of the 9th level battleships was strong, they could not withstand the attacks of the demon clan. They were quickly broken. Chu Hongyan was shocked, and without caring about her life, she immediately slashed back with her sword, opening up a path in an instant, and flew back to Yunxiao's side. "The situation can't hold on any longer. Let's go." Yunxiao grabbed the dazed Tian Zhaozi and said, "The tide has already been set. Milord, don't be conflicted anymore. Let's go first." The leaders of the demon race were all staring at the warship. The 2 most important figures to them, Tenzatzi and Yunxiao, were both here, so how could they let them escape? Both Huang and Shang appeared on the warship at the first moment and charged at Yunxiao and Tian Zhaozi. Xianhua, Gu Qingqing, and the others had long been surrounded by the other locust-like demons. They were also pushed back step by step and became weaker and weaker as they fought. "I won't really die here this time, will I?" Cheyu cursed. Desolate punched his sword several times, and his meridians exploded. He fell on the battleship and couldn't stand steadily. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort came from the sky. It seemed to come from the desolate ears. The voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. "Oh?" Tenzho Zi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly looked up. The figure of an old man slowly appeared in the sky. His long green robe fluttered in the wind, and his silver hair and white beard fluttered in the wind. He had the posture of an immortal. The elder's appearance immediately shocked everyone, especially the demons. This person was clearly a human expert, and his cultivation seemed to be unfathomable. Amaterasu was overjoyed, and he roared, "You're not dead yet, old ghost. If you're not dead, how can I be?" The old man snorted coldly. Amaterasu's eyes seemed to be a little moist as he said in a trembling voice, "It's good that you didn't die. It's good that you didn't die. Hurry, hurry and save everyone." The old man's eyes swept across and landed on another battleship. He made a hand seal with his 5 fingers and suddenly cast an incantation seal. A huge rune spread in the air, as if a mountain was pressing down. Boom! The seal landed on the battleship and exploded, sending blood and flesh flying. Many human warriors were also injured by the explosion, and their bodies were crushed. A ray of green light shot out from within and hid behind the old man. It was Wei Qing. Covered in blood, he bowed to the man and said, "Father!" Everyone was shocked. This man was Wei Qing's father, one of the 3 elders of Shandu who had been in seclusion for many years. Wei Wuya. His appearance immediately brought hope to everyone. Even though the 4 battleships were full of demons, they were still fighting desperately. Yunxiao frowned and said in a serious voice, "The space here has been completely suppressed. Even Lord Amaterasu's attack couldn't shake it. How did Wei Wuya get in?" Tenchia's expression changed as well, and his ecstatic enthusiasm was extinguished. His eyes turned cold. Wei Qing wiped the blood off his face and said, "Father, you finally couldn't help but come out. If I don't come out now, you'll probably end up like Black Universe Protector." Wei Wuya snorted coldly. The people of the sanctuary were all slightly shocked, as if they had heard something wrong. Wei Qing's face turned pale and he seemed to be a little scared. He gritted his teeth and said, "Gongyang Zhengqi, that bastard, is really good at enduring. He's been hiding until now and hasn't made a sound." Say something? Wei Wuya snorted. Perhaps this was what Renjialu had seen. The 100,000 true Earth Seal has sealed up everything within a 10-li radius. His intentions are clear. What? 100,000 true Earth Seal? Everyone was dumbfounded. Si Tingyu and the others felt their bodies turn cold as if they had thought of something. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Father, what should we do now? Wei Qing asked. What should we do? Wei Wuya snorted. Naturally, we should stop this battle first so as not to satisfy his wishes. He casually cast a seal, which turned into countless runes that danced in the sky. Then one turned into two, two into three, and there were actually human figures that were all golden in color, as if they were wearing armor. Yun Xiao was taken aback. Those golden-armored men were indeed Azura's ghosts, but they were more murderous and ruthless than the ones he had seen in Red Moon City. It seemed that they had made a lot of progress on the foundation of Azura's ghosts, especially in terms of physical strength. With a sweep of his magical spirit eyes, he could sense a powerful force that was like an iron wall coming at him. There were not many ghost Azuras, only 49 of them. The others might not know, but Yun Xiao, Xianxia, and the other warriors who had experienced the battle in Red Moon City were both frightened and delighted. These were all peak 9th tier existences. They were even more powerful than peak type 9 powerhouses because they were not afraid of death. They were killing machines through and through. Yun Xiao was shocked. Where did Wei Qing and his son get so many test subjects? Wei Wuya looked down at the chaotic scene and said, Everyone, stop. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. Desolate and the others had been watching him, but they didn't listen to him. On the contrary, they kept attacking him. There were too many demons. After the 2 battleships were destroyed, everyone gathered on the other 3 battleships, which could only accommodate about 1,000 people. More demons stood in the air and looked at them ferociously. If someone died, they would immediately replace him. The human martial artists were harvested like wheat, falling in large numbers. Si Tingyu's injuries were too severe. She kept spitting out blood and her vision became blurrier. A large piece of flesh was torn off from her back by sharp claws, and blood gushed out like a fountain. If that's the case, then let's kill them, Wei Wuya said. With a wave of his hand, the golden light in the sky flickered and in the blink of an eye, the 49 ghost Azuras disappeared and reappeared on the 3 warships, killing the demon race. Swish! Each of the ghost Azuras had a different weapon in their hands, and they all used their life's ultimate skills. With every move, a large number of demons were killed and directly turned into broken limbs and minced meat. Their techniques were extremely ruthless. Yun Xiao and Xianxia exchanged a glance, both horrified. These ghost Azuras had indeed changed from when they were in Red Moon City. They had become more fierce and tough, and even existences of the same level could kill them in a few moves. Furthermore, many weapons only managed to scratch their skin when they struck their bodies. Their wounds were burning with golden light, and it seemed difficult to cut through. What? The leaders of the demon race immediately realized that something was wrong. The 49 ghost Azuras were like meat grinders, leaving behind dismembered limbs and minced meat wherever they went. Almost no one could defeat them. They were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the humans' mouths were wide open. Although this was Azura Ghost's second appearance, this was the first time he had made such a large-scale appearance in front of everyone. Everyone was terrified. He was a complete killing machine. Shang and the others felt their hands and feet turn cold as they watched, and quickly shouted, "Retreat!" Thousands of elite demon soldiers immediately spread out, with the 3 warships as the center, thousands of feet away. The fierce battle once again quieted down. The sky was filled with the strong smell of blood, which formed a strong contrast with the golden light on the ghost Azura's body. It stimulated people's vision and taste, and many seriously injured martial artists began to vomit violently. In fact, there weren't many humans left. Almost all of them were dead. Si Tingyu couldn't stand steadily either. After staggering a few steps, she knelt down on the battleship and supported herself with her hands as she vomited blood. The injuries on her body were shocking. Even her neck had been cut by a knife, which was about an inch deep. One look at it and she felt creeped out. She was afraid that she could not hold on any longer. Wei Qing flew to her side and said in surprise, "Master Si Tingyu, let me treat your injuries." Si Tingyu shook her head. Every time she moved, a large amount of blood would flow out. She probably didn't have long to live. She raised her head with difficulty and said in a trembling voice, "Lord Wuya, what's going on with Wuya? Please tell me, Ing Luo." Wei Wuya glanced at her, but there was no emotion in his eyes. He remained as calm as water. "Si Tingyu, don't say anything. Hang in there and just watch quietly." Amaterasu's face was also pale and filled with anger. He pointed at a Jura ghost and said coldly, "Wei Wuya, what are these things?" "Something to save your life," Wei Wuya said. Amaterasu, Ing Luo. A few decades ago, Chiu Mujia captured a large number of martial artists for live research. He was regarded as evil and was chased away and hunted by all alchemists. Xianxia said, "I can't believe that Lord Wei Wuya, the leader of the Sacred Zone, has also done such a thing. If it weren't for me, you'd all be dead by now." Wei Wuya sneered. "How can you still have the life to reason with me? I hope that the power that can save my life is the power of justice, not these crooked and evil arts." Tenzhou Zi said angrily, "The monsters that your son brought with him before were even worse than these." Wei Wuya's brows furrowed and his face darkened. "Since that's the case, I'll be leaving now. You guys can continue playing with the monster race." With a wave of his hand, the ghost Azuras immediately flew into the sky and stood behind him in an orderly manner. It was obvious that they were going to leave. "Please don't be angry, my lord," Kanggu Qiong said hurriedly. If Wei Wuya left, no one would be able to survive except for Li Huaqi and Chu Hongyan, who were still powerful. Wei Wuya didn't really want to leave, and he only put on an act. "If I really wanted to leave, I wouldn't have shown myself. As one of the 3 elders of Shindu, I naturally have to be responsible for my clan and the world. I can't let some despicable people have their way." Wei Qing stared at the sky and coldly shouted, "Gongyang Zhengqi, it's time to come out." Talismans suddenly appeared and danced in the sky. Rays of golden light flashed and then extinguished the vast sky, illuminating it like beautiful fireworks. True Earth Sigil Kasaya. Yunxiao had a bad feeling as he looked up at the sky. The faces of the people of the sanctuary turned pale, as if they had realized something. Even the thousands of demon troops quieted down and watched quietly. However, Shang and the others did not look too good. It seemed that this battle would not end. He suddenly said, "Even if we can't annihilate the entire human race, it's not without any gains. At the very least, countless humans have been killed or injured in today's battle. At the very least, we've dealt them a heavy blow. I'm afraid that they won't be able to recover for hundreds of years. As for the war for fortune between the 2 races, there's still a long way to go." "Is there a long time in the future?" Shang stared coldly at Yunxiao, who had been worrying him. Perhaps, as the owner of a divine artifact, he could better sense the arrangement of fate. Mo Dao said, "Didn't you notice that they're not as united as you think? Perhaps it will collapse on its own without us having to do anything." The true Earth sigil that filled the sky was continuously destroyed. Then, a large number of chariots and martial artists appeared. They were like heavenly soldiers and generals that rode over from the void in an awe-inspiring manner. The people of the sanctuary were all dumbfounded. The marks on the chariots and the armors worn by the warriors were undoubtedly of the sanctuary. However, they had never seen these people before. Even Kanggu Qiong and Si Tingyu were at a loss. Then, they seemed to have come to a realization, as if they finally believed Wei Qing. "Lord Wei Wuya, I didn't expect you to come out from the fairy's capital." A faint voice rang out, and a gray-robed figure appeared in front of everyone. His face was thin, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. The light in his eyes flickered, as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. "Gongyang Zhengqi, it's really you," Tenzatzi exclaimed. Everyone's heart turned cold. The sanctuary's ruler and the various secretaries all looked at him in disbelief. Nanfeng Xian couldn't help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood as she said sorrowfully, Lord Jingqi, is this really a trap you set up? Gongyang Zhengqi glanced at her and sighed. Nanfeng Xian, what are you thinking about? The war between the two clans is also the will of the heavenly Tao. I don't have such great power. Nanfeng Xian covered her mouth with her right hand and couldn't help but burst into tears. But if you had sealed the 100,000 true Earth talismans, we would have already left and Lord Black Universe Protector would not have died. Life and death are determined by fate. I'm also very sad about He Yu's death. My condolences, everyone, Gong Yongzheng said. Eft. Si Tingyu spat out a mouthful of blood and roared. Gong Yongzhengqi. My condolences, your sister. Her voice was incomparably mournful as it streaked across the vast sky. She suddenly gathered a breath of true qi and charged forward. She actually grabbed that hexagonal meteor dart and slashed it at Gongyang Zhengqi. Incomparable anger turned into strength. It was the kind of anger that came from being pranked and betrayed by his companions. Bang! Gongyang Zhengqi frowned and stretched out his arm. A defensive barrier extended in front of him and blocked Sai Tingyu. Sai Tingyu, calm down. Calm your head. So many people have died, including He Yuhu. How are you going to face your comrades? How are you going to face the world? Si Tingyu cried so hard that 2 lines of blood flowed from her eyes. You wasted our trust in you. You can't be naive on the path of the strong. Gongyang Zhengqi heaved a long sigh. Bang! He pressed his hand down and the defense shook. Si Tingyu spat out a mouthful of blood and all his injuries were exposed. The 6-sided meteor dart flew out of his hand like a silent warrior, flying toward the sky alone. Si Tingyu. Several shrill voices cut through the sky, all of them filled with grief and indignation. There was Tian Zhaozi, Song Wuqiong, and so on. Gongyang Zhengqi also frowned. A few ripples flashed in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. Nanfeng Xian flew up and hugged her. She slowly landed back on the battleship and slowly lowered her back. However, she was already lifeless. Blood from her entire body stained the ground, soaking her clothes. Nanfeng Xian sobbed in a low voice. Bang! The 6-pointed shooting star dart fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground not far away. It lost all of its spiritual energy and became dim. This scene, this silence, all was sad. Yun Xiao was also furious as he scolded. Gongyang Zhengqi, you old man. I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Gongyang Zhengqi suddenly turned his head and stared at him coldly. Li Yunxiao, you have unparalleled lunar pupils. Can't you see it? I'm not the one who killed Si Tingyu. She killed herself. As for the death of her and He Yuhu, I'm also very sad. It's true that Si Tingyu died from her own destruction of meridians, Yunxiao sneered. But it was you who made her so sad that she felt like her heart had died. You made her completely desperate. Humph, since I didn't kill him, why should I be the one to blame? Moreover, with her injuries, I'm afraid that there's nothing she can do to save her. Gongyang Zhengqi shouted angrily as he casually clicked on it. Si Tingyu's body glowed with a green light and flew into his hand. It was the samsara wheel. It's not up to you to decide whether she can turn the tables, Yunxiao said angrily. You are undoubtedly the one who directly caused her death. You sealed the passage, killed Black Universe Protector, and forced Si Tingyu to die. Do you think you can escape the crime of killing your own kind? Gongyang Zhengqi's expression finally changed. If this crime was confirmed, then his name would be tarnished for thousands of years. He said coldly, I laid down the true Earth sigil to trap the demon race and then dispatch an army to exterminate them. Such good intentions were slandered by you. Aren't you trying to chill the hearts of the people? As for the deaths of He Yuhu and Si Tingyu, they were purely accidental. Humph! What a good, pure accident. Amaterasu was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. He gritted his teeth and said, Then what are you going to do now? Yunxiao sneered, but he did not argue. As the saying went, the winner was king. Right now, Gongyang Zhengqi and Wei Wuya were in control of the situation, so there was no point in being angry. You speak so righteously. Wei Wuya laughed. Shouldn't there be some applause? He clapped his hands and praised. Wei Wuya, I respect you as my senior, Gongyang Zhengqi said coldly. But I didn't expect you to hide in the dark and watch as countless of your fellow tribesmen are killed. It's truly disheartening. Haha. Gongyang Zhengqi, are you joking? Wei Qing laughed angrily. What you command is the power of a saint. You should be the first in the world, but you hide and don't come out. What my father controls is his own power, and it has nothing to do with the sanctuary. He can't come out as he wishes. Gongyang Zhengqi sneered. Your own strength. Without the large supply of resources from the holy region, would these ghost Azuras be able to appear? As for me, I was planning to capture all the demons in one fell swoop. How could you and your father guess my thoughts? What a good one, Wei Qing said coldly. Since that's the case, I'll just sit here and watch you show your might. I will naturally deal with these demons. However, both you and your father are the rulers of the holy region. Is it really appropriate for you to use the holy region's resources to cultivate your own strength? Gongyang Zhang asked curiously. What are you trying to do by saying all this? Wei Qing frowned. Gongyang Zhengqi placed his hands behind his back and said slowly, At this moment, the war between the two races is very intense. I want to conscript these ghost Azuras. Conscription? Haha. In your dreams. Gongyang Zhengqi, you're also a cautious person. How could you say such a ridiculous thing? Wei Qing laughed in anger. Gongyang Zhengqi said coldly, Ridiculous. If you and your father find it laughable, then I'll have to consider whether to resist foreign aggression and settle the internal affairs first. Wei Qing and his son's expressions changed drastically as they glared at Gongyang Zhengqi. Wei Wuxia stared at him for a while and said, Good, good. As expected of the person chosen by Old Man Meng, you really surprised us. No one would dare to mess around in the face of the war for karmic luck between the two races, yet you're still able to calmly think of infighting. This has truly opened my eyes. Of the 5 governing bodies in the holy region, to be fair, apart from me, who else has ever managed the affairs of the world? Gongyang Zhang asked curiously. Now, I will take responsibility for this world. As the holy region's administrative department, how can I allow such a huge number of ghost Azuras to be out of my control? Lord Wei Wuxia, are you going to go against the holy region and establish your own sect? On this matter, Wei Qing felt that he was in the wrong and snorted coldly. No matter how you try to sweet talk, don't even think about the so-called conscript. But I can guarantee that the ghost Azura will help you in this matter. Participate in the battle? In my eyes, the threat of these 49 ghost Azuras is even greater than that of these demons. If we can't all submit, I don't have the mood to participate in the war. Gongyang Zhengqi's eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, the sky full of golden-armored martial artists stepped on the chariots and flew down, surrounding Wei Qing and the others. Gongyang Zhengqi, do you really want to fight among yourself? Wei Wuxia's face turned cold. Gongyang Zhang was curious. Lord Wuxia, please consider the big picture. I'll take these 49 ghost Azuras into my ranks for now. It won't be too late to discuss this later. Haha, I'll temporarily take them in. Fuck off. Wei Wuxia cursed. Since you want to die, this old man will kill you first. I've been in seclusion for decades, and it seems that the world no longer remembers my name. A murderous aura burst out from his body, and suddenly, dark clouds rolled in the sky. The heavens were sad and the earth was miserable, and strange phenomena appeared. The 49 ghost Azuras had also devoured quite a lot of primordial stones during this period of time, and their injuries had all recovered. Their strength was at its peak. This change caused Gongyang Zhengqi and the other demon race members to be extremely shocked and fearful. To be able to recover his strength in such a short time by devouring vitality stones, he was already a complete killing weapon and was extremely terrifying. Gongyang Zhengqi's subordinates also frowned, but it was only for a moment. Then, they became arrogant and contemptuous, as if they didn't care about these ghost Azuras. Wei Qing looked around and said, Are these the men of sacrifice you've trained? I've tried so hard to get even a little bit of information, but I couldn't. You've really kept it a secret. Did I? Didn't you notice the clues? Gongyang Zhengqi said indifferently. Qiu Mujia's research has opened up a new path and combined the ultimate form, corpse reincarnation technique, and blood purification to create such a killing weapon. It's truly admirable. Wei Qing's expression changed greatly as he shouted, "Shut up! What nonsense are you spouting?" He dared to admit to all the other evil spells, except for the reincarnation of corpses, which used the corpses of many seniors in the holy region. If this matter was found out and confirmed, it would be a big problem. Hee. It's fine if you two don't want to admit it. Gongyang Zhengqi looked indifferent and said, "I just can't bear to see the killing weapons that you two have spent so much effort to create be destroyed. Even if they are evil weapons, as long as they are used correctly, they can still work for the righteous, just like the Blade of Judgment." Evil weapon? Wei Wuya laughed coldly. Correct? Who gave you such a great authority to distinguish between good and evil? What qualifications do you have to determine the good and evil? If that's the case, then only the winner will be king, Gongyang Zhengqi said indifferently. His eyes turned cold, and a wave of spiritual power spread out. All the dare-to-die soldiers immediately obeyed the order and rushed over on their chariots. The auras of these death warriors were not very strong, but their strength kept increasing as they charged. Some of their bodies even underwent visible changes, and their powerful auras multiplied. What's going on? Wei Qing and his son were both shocked. Yunxiao's heart trembled. He cast his mystic spirit eyes and saw that the bodies of those men of sacrifice had indeed undergone a series of reactions, and he had seen these changes before. When he was in Red Moon City, there was a man named Wenlin who came from the Holy Region. At that time he searched his memory, but he was blocked by a seal. After Wenlin escaped, his body underwent a series of changes that were extremely similar to these death warriors. However, when the Wenlin demon transformed into an ape, these men of sacrifice didn't show any reaction on the surface. Tian Zhaozi's body trembled as well. Atavism of the bloodline. Atavism? Yun Xiao was surprised. Bloodline reversion? Could Gongyang Zhengqi be able to control atavism? Tian Zhaozi seemed to be in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, "The secret of the bloodline, the genetic chain, could it be that he has solved all of them? How is this possible?" Yun Xiao immediately understood. When Wenlin transformed into an ape, he had always felt that something was wrong. It turned out that it was not an ordinary demon transformation, but a bloodline atavism. "Is atavism related to breaking the genetic chain?" he asked. Qiu Mujia had once said that the three most difficult barriers in the study of the art of the human body were the soul, the bloodline, and the genetic chain. Even a genius like Qiu Mujia was stopped before these three great barriers. He could only attain the ultimate form and could not advance any further. Tian Zhaozi gritted his teeth and said nothing, but his face was pale as he stared at the golden-armored death warriors and the ghost Azura. The path of the divine Tao had been cut off for a long time. For 100,000 years, in order for countless elite warriors to charge into the divine Tao, there was no lack of all kinds of geniuses, racking their brains to think of countless methods, but in the end, they could not cross that threshold. However, in front of this ridge, countless strange things were created. Some of them had unusually powerful powers, but at the cost of losing their consciousness and potential, they were almost equivalent to walking corpses and were called killing weapons. These golden-armored men of sacrifice and Azura Ghost were two of them, and they were extremely fierce. When the golden-armored death warriors' strength reached a level close to Azura Ghost's, Wei Wuya's expression finally changed. "Good, very good. The person recommended by Old Man Meng is truly amazing. Gongyang Zhengqi. This old man has always been wrong about you." Wei Wuya's hostility continued to rise, reaching the peak, but it showed no signs of stopping. It was still rising. The ghost Azuras nearby were all afraid of that aura and unconsciously scattered. That wooden face actually revealed fear. The monster cultivators in the distance also felt the power. They were all extremely shocked, and their faces became extremely ugly. Especially the three from the Holy See, they were all peak stage experts. They could clearly feel Wei Wuya's power, and it made their blood boil. Gongyang Zhengqi's expression changed drastically, and he cried out, "God Realm! Voila, no matter if it was the human race or the demon race, everyone was shocked. These two words were like a curse that affected everyone's heart. Hihi? The God realm. So what if you're an immortal? Wei Wuya sneered. These words were extremely arrogant and domineering, almost laughing at all the heroes of ancient and modern times in the past 100,000 years. Although Gongyang Zhengxi was shocked, he remained calm and said, Lord Wuya's joke isn't funny at all. Because whatever I tell is never a joke. Wei Wuya's mouth was full of mockery. As the Holy Region's administrative office, do you know that there is a higher level above the immortal state? Void extreme divine realm, Gu Qingqing suddenly exclaimed. Yun Xiao and the others were all taken aback and gave him a look. Tian Zhaozi's expression also changed, and he couldn't help but look at Gu Qingqing. Very few people knew about the divine realm, even in the Holy Region. Gongyang Jingqi waved his hand and immediately stopped the gold-armored death warrior. He listened to him quietly. The entire sky fell silent. This was the first time everyone had heard of such a secret, and they were all stunned. Wei Wuya looked at Gu Qingqing with surprise in his eyes. The end of the martial Dao isn't the end of cultivation, but the starting point of the divine Dao. Starting from the divine Dao, there were the three realms of truth, sovereign patriarch, and ultimate void. Although we don't have the rules of the 10 directions and can't truly step into the 10 directions realm, we can move mountains and overturn seas with our strength and display the power that only the immortal state has. That is, after the peak of martial arts, we can break through the limit and become extraordinary and divine. The so-called divine transcendence is the return to truth realm of the divine Tao. Reaching the peak of perfection is even more amazing. It's extremely rare in 100,000 years. If I'm not wrong, most of the seniors who left their names in history were at the same level, such as Yi Nantian and Gu Qingqing. I'm afraid they were also at the peak of perfection level. However, the great perfection realm is only equivalent to the divine Tao's, 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 divine Tao's. Divine Tao's, 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 divine Tao. His eyes flickered with a fanatical look as he said excitedly, perhaps the battle strength of the void realm is the ultimate power that martial arts cultivation can exert. No matter how heaven-defying you were or how lucky you were, it was impossible for you to break through to the void tier without the rules of the 10 directions. In other words, Ingluo, the void god realm, is the true peak of this world. It is truly invincible. Wei Wuya's aura seemed to have reached its peak, and his face became twisted. He let out a low roar, and his veins bulged. Boom! A dull sound seemed to come from the sky, as if something had been torn apart. Everyone's heart trembled. Wei Wuya's power suddenly increased explosively, and he instantly broke through to the peak of perfection. An unusually powerful force rippled out like a vast ocean, shaking everyone's hearts. Gongyang Zhengqi's expression finally changed. His previous calmness had long disappeared, and he retreated in shock. This terrifying power struck everyone's heart, as if they were witnessing the birth of a peerless master. Their expressions were extremely complicated. Void extreme divine realm? Yun Xiao also felt his blood boiling. Under the pressure of Wei Wuya's terrifying power, a voice that was eager to become stronger was shouting in his heart. Suddenly, he smelled a faint fragrance. Chu Hongyan leaned slightly on his side, holding his arm with both hands and gazing at him affectionately. With just a glance, they had the same idea. On the path of the strong, they would travel together. At the same time, Yun Xiao began to worry. With the grudge between him and Wei Qing, he was afraid that Wei Qing would not let him go easily. He had to find an opportunity to escape later. Li Huaqi and Xue Chenxi also held each other's hands tightly, and they could feel the cold sweat on each other's hands. Wei Wuya exploded with the power of the void extreme divine realm and pressed toward Gongyang Jingqi. He sneered, "You're a frog in a well, a laughable toad. Do you think you can run amok in the world just because you made some killing weapons?" Gongyang Jingqi's face was pale. The powerful force made him tremble in his heart. He didn't dare to block it and retreated. Wei Wuya! Amaterasu suddenly shouted. We need to focus on the big picture. Stop fighting among ourselves. He's the one who started this. Wei Wuya sneered. If he can't give me a satisfactory answer, then I'll have to learn from this frog in the well. Before resisting foreign aggression, we must first stabilize our internal affairs. Gongyang Jingqi broke out in a cold sweat. He had never dreamed that Wei Wuya would be able to reach such a terrifying realm. This was the strongest power that a martial arts cultivator could unleash. If he had known this earlier, he would not have exposed himself so early. I truly did not consider this matter properly. What does Lord Wuya want? At this time, he had no choice but to give in. Gongyang Jingqi was also flexible. Easy, Wei Wuya said. Just obey me and hand over the method to open the genetic chain. At the same time, as for these killing weapons, I'll kindly accept them. Gongyang Jingqi felt a wave of dizziness. The method to open the genetic chain and the killing weapon were his greatest trump cards that he had painstakingly worked on over the years. If he were to reveal everything, he would be completely defeated and would never be able to escape from the control of Wei Wuya and his son. Don't you think that's too much, Lord Wuya? Gongyang Jingqi protested. Too much? Who was the one who wanted to take over my killing machine just now? Wei Wuya sneered. I can give you these gold-armored death warriors, but I can't hand over the method to open the genetic chain. Gongyang Jingqi's face was livid. You still have the bargaining chips to negotiate with me? Wei Wuya sneered. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll have to take it myself. As his killing intent rose, countless rule force gathered in his palm. It spread out and locked onto Gongyang Jingqi. Just as he was about to make his move, Wei Wuya's expression suddenly changed, and he stopped his movements. He stood in the air in a daze. Everyone could see that someone seemed to be using secret voice sending, causing his expression to constantly change. Tian Zhaozi and the others were shocked. Under their divine sense, there was actually someone who could hide in the void without being detected. Other than his own strength, he must have relied on an extremely powerful profound-level weapon. Wei Wuya's expression became more and more unsightly, and he finally seemed to have made a decision. The power in his body continued to fall. In an instant, he returned from the terrifying void extreme divine realm to the peak of perfection, then back to divine transcendence, and finally stopped at divine transcendence. I'll let you off this time, Wei Wuya said coldly, as if he was unwilling to give up. Gongyang Jingqi heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, dealing with the monster race is the main business. With Lord Wuya's invincible strength, we won't have to worry about this battle. Wei Wuya placed his hands behind his back and said coldly, you're the holy region's governing body. You'll fight this battle. I'll just watch from the side. Although Gongyang Jingqi was depressed, he didn't dare to be dissatisfied. He said, then this one will respectfully comply. With a wave of his hand, the golden-armored men of sacrifice immediately turned their spearheads and spread out in a fan shape, pushing towards the demon army. Gongyang Jingqi glanced at the people on the battleship. They were all heavily injured, and there were only a few who could fight. He said, Lady Tianqin, Palace Head Hongyan, please help me. Li Huaqi smiled slightly. I'm injured. It's really inconvenient for me to move around. My lord, you'd better be independent. Xue Chenxi's body moved slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she held back. I feel the same way. I believe in your strength, Chu Hongyan said. After what happened just now, no one had a good impression of Gongyang Jingqi and was too lazy to help. Even the division commanders of the Sacred Zone turned around and began to recuperate. Gongyang Jingqi was furious, but he couldn't vent it out. He could only say, all right, then I'll fight first. If I can't win, I'll have to ask Lord Wuya and the others to help. The hundreds of gold-armored warriors advanced on the chariot. These death warriors all had their own intelligence, and were much better than the Ghost Azuras. Although their strength was not as tyrannical as the Ghost Azuras, they were still extremely powerful killing weapons. The demonic humans' attitudes had changed drastically, especially after Wei Wuya displayed the power of the Void God realm. They lost all will to fight. Not to mention the strength of these golden-armored death warriors. Even Wei Wuya and the 49 Ghost Azuras were not something they could match. "Stop, all of you!" Desolate shouted. The gold-armored men of sacrifice would not listen to him. They all sneered and continued to move forward steadily. Everyone's face was filled with the desire and excitement to kill, without a trace of fear. "This battle is meaningless," Desolate continued. "Let's call it a day. We can shake hands and make peace." Gongyang Xianxia frowned and immediately stopped the golden-armored death warrior. He said coldly, "Shake hands and make up? How many of my people have you killed? Now that you're no match for him, you want to shake hands and make up? It seems you've killed more of my people, right?" Desolate was enraged. "Besides, you were the ones who started this." Gongyang Xianxia sneered. "No matter what happened before, now that my clan is in control of the situation, we will win without a doubt. Why should we make peace with you?" Although his words were cold and he seemed to want to fight to the end, he stopped the golden-armored death warrior. In fact, he didn't want to fight. After all, the demon army was still there, and these golden-armored death warriors were a force that he had painstakingly cultivated. If they really fought to the death, they would probably all be lost here. Unless Wei Wuya's Ghost Azura went up to fight, he would be happy to see it. Desolate snorted coldly. "One without a doubt? This was too big of a claim. Our army is more than 10 times your size. What do you have to guarantee victory? If they fought to the end and both sides were injured, what was the point? Everything can be discussed, you don't have to kill each other." "Bah!" Wei Qing angrily laughed. "Why didn't I see your brain this bright when you were killing my clansmen?" The human warriors on the 3 battleships were also full of resentment. They all looked like they were going to kill each other. Obviously, they didn't want to make peace. Shang said, "That was then and this is now. There's nothing in the world that remains unchanged. It's wise to follow the trend. You were weak before, so we naturally had to take advantage of the victory and pursue you, annihilating you as much as possible. If I want to catch all of you in one fell swoop now, the price I'll have to pay will be too great, so I have to consider it. We all know about these things, so there's no need to feign ignorance." Wei Qing sneered. "Since you all understand, I'll be frank. This matter can't be let go just like that. Even if he had to destroy this batch of killing weapons, he had to eliminate the disaster that had been plaguing him for thousands of years. Lord Gongyang, what are you waiting for?" Gongyang Xianxia cursed in his heart. It was his own gold-armored death warrior that was charging in front, so he naturally didn't feel any heartache. However, in the face of Wei Wuya's power, he could only brace himself and shout, "Kill!" The hundreds of golden-armored warriors drove the chariots and charged at the demon army with killing intent. Shang and the others were shocked and furious. Huang's eyes glinted coldly as he shouted, "Since you want both of you to suffer, I won't be weak. Let's fight." The war drums were beating like thunder. The demon army shouted in unison. Under the impact of the drums, their blood boiled as they charged forward. In an instant, they surrounded the golden-armored death warriors and began to fight. Although they had the advantage in numbers, there was still a huge difference in individual combat power. They soon fell into a life-and-death battle with great casualties. The gold-armored men of sacrifice all seemed to have gone mad. The more they killed, the more ferocious they became. They couldn't even tell who was the demon and who was the human. One of the men of sacrifice had his eyeball pierced by a sharp sword and came out from the back of his head. However, he still laughed wildly and pierced his head through. The moment his head was split open, he also cut his opponent into 2. Such shocking scenes continued to happen. Even the humans who were watching the battle from afar felt their blood run cold. Many of the demons in the battle had their hearts broken down. Gu Qingqing was frowning and suddenly said, "If these killing weapons can be mass-produced, they can deal with almost any crisis." Yun Xiao was taken aback by her words. "Mass production? Do you think you're a hen laying eggs? Although I don't know the process, it's extremely difficult to produce a killing machine. Even if we rely on the resources of the saints, the number of golden-armored deathsworn and ghost azuras we have should be the limit." "No." Gu Qingqing shook her head. Don't underestimate the resources of the realm of heavenly martial arts. Even if there are abundant resources, Xianxia said. What about the people? Where are we going to find so many martial artists who can be transformed? Who would be willing to be transformed? Gu Qingqing was silent and seemed to be thinking about something. Desolate couldn't stand it anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, "The two of you, attack together with me and tear these death warriors apart." At this moment, the only ones who could suppress these golden-armored death warriors were divine transcendence and peak 9-star experts. Shang and Bai nodded. The danger was right in front of them. At least Huang was the king of demons, so they shouldn't disobey him. The three of them flew into the battlefield, filled with anger. They instantly tore apart 3 golden-armored warriors. Among them, the church had the most damage. The bone-scale double-edged sword slashed almost every one of the men of sacrifice, causing the crowd to cheer. Gongyang Jingqi's face was gloomy. He looked back at the crowd and said, "Those 3 demons who have reached the peak of perfection are too strong. I hope that you can restrain them." "Lord Gongyang, you have always hidden your skills," Xianxia chuckled. "We are all looking forward to seeing you show your skills." Xianhua said, Right, very well said." Tian Zhaozi wanted to say something but stopped. He felt that this was a little inappropriate. If all the gold-armored death warriors were killed, then it would be troublesome. However, it was obvious that Gongyang Jingqi had angered the crowd. Unless they had no other choice, most people would not be willing to make a move. Moreover, the only people who could fight against the 3 monster race masters were Chu Hongyan, Li Huaqi, and Wei Wuya. Xianxia was most likely the leader of Chu Hongyan. Li Huaqi and Wei Shishir's joint attack was very powerful, but they seemed to be indifferent to worldly affairs, so it would be difficult for them to make a move. Only Wei Wuya was left. Gongyang Jingqi also understood the situation. He turned around and said, "Lord Wuya, those 3 peak of perfection experts are indeed troublesome. I'll lend you 18 ghost Azuras to hold them back," Wei Wuya said. Immediately, 18 rays of light flew up from behind him. It was Azura Ghost. He instantly rushed into the battlefield and attacked the 3 demons. Gongyang Jingqi groaned in his heart. He originally wanted Wei Wuya to fight personally. Even if he was at the Void Extreme Divine Realm, he wouldn't be able to gain an advantage under the siege of 3 experts who had reached the peak of perfection. It would be best if both sides were injured. However, he didn't do anything and only sent a few ghost Azuras to fight. However, this was better than him fighting alone. Every 6 Azura ghosts would hold one of them back and release the golden-armored warriors to continue the slaughter of the demons. Huang and the other 2 were shocked. Azura Ghost's killing power was even higher than the gold-armored Deathsworn, and his defense was far better. Mo Huanhuan's blade directly chopped down on the shoulder of a ghost Azura, directly cutting off more than 7 inches from the shoulder to the chest, but it could not be cut off. Azura Ghost roared in anger. Not only did he not die in this state, but his combat power did not decrease at all. The 5 fingers of his left hand were like sharp claws as they stabbed toward Chi's face. The other 5 ghost Azuras also stayed close to each other and fought in close proximity. Their fighting style was completely shocking. Their heads, teeth, and bodies were all weapons. Humph. What's the use of killing without intelligence? Although he was shocked and angry, he did not panic. With a bang, he exploded into a mist of blood and fled 1,000 feet away. Gu Lin waved his double blades and the chains formed a formation in front of him. The 6 ghost Azuras didn't care about this and directly charged over. Wei Qing's brows furrowed. He could naturally tell how powerful the formation was, but he didn't stop it. Voila! The chains that blotted out the sky instantly formed a formation and trapped the 6 ghost Azuras like a spider web. No matter how they struggled, a silver talisman light trembled, but they were unable to break free. That's Luo. Both Tian Zhaozi and Wei Wuya were shocked, and their eyes lit up as if they had recognized the origin of the silver rune. Die! Mo shouted coldly. The bone jade knife slashed down and hit the wound of the ghost Azura. It cut into the chest of the ghost Azura again, and this time it was cut in half. Die! With another shout, The bone jade knife slashed at the other ghost Azura, directly cutting his neck. His head flew up, and blood spurted out. This time, Wei Qing and his son were finally moved. It was not easy to get a ghost Azura, and two of them had died so easily. Both of them felt a burst of heartache. Stop! Wei Wuya let out an angry roar as he stepped onto the dragon-lock starry sky formation and slashed down with a single hand. Just as the judge was about to kill the other ghost Azura, Wei Wuya appeared in the air and slammed his palm onto the blade, forcing the judge back. The referee waved his two sabers and held them horizontally in front of him, staring at the other party vigilantly. Wei Wuya's aura had left a lingering fear in his heart. At the same time, he felt vexed. If he had devoured the blood god bead, they might have been at the same cultivation level. Wei Wuya shot out several streams of energy from his hands and struck the iron chain one by one, shaking off the power that bound the ghost Azura. The four ghost Azuras immediately roared and pounced over. A thing without intelligence will always be a weapon, Emo sneered. He formed a hand seal, and the chains that filled the sky condensed in front of him. They exploded and stuck to the four ghost Azuras again with a clatter sound. He then slashed at them with both blades. Wei Wuya was shocked. He didn't know what this strange weapon was. Ordinary chains couldn't lock the ghost Azura so easily, and this person's existence was too dangerous for the ghost Azura. The moment he thought of this, he had the intention to kill. Even if he couldn't kill Kuin, he had to destroy the bone scale blades. Bang! He stomped on the chains, causing countless silver runes to appear. Then, he grabbed at the air, and tens of thousands of rays of light gathered. His aura continued to rise, directly charging into the void extreme divine realm. Then, the blade of judgment formed in his hand. Slash! With a loud shout, the vast evil chi came down and slashed. Boom! The entire Dragonlock starry sky was engulfed by this aura, and countless streams of hostility and resentment transformed into all kinds of attacks that rushed towards Mo. Mo was shocked and hurriedly brandished his two sabers. A dragon vaguely appeared and formed a defense in front of him. Bang! Bang! The two sabers trembled. This had never happened before. The terrifying power of the Azura Purgatory caused his body to explode, and clouds of blood mist were blasted out. The chains around him fluttered continuously, resisting the terrifying power. Wei Wuya's pupils contracted, and he shouted, "He's actually still not dead." He raised his blade and rushed over. The blade of judgment turned into a solid form and slashed down, wanting to take Yi's life. Everyone was shocked by this scene. As the terrifying power dispersed, even Azura Ghost and the golden-armored Death Warrior were forced to scatter. Fear also gripped Mo's heart as a sense of death that he had never felt before began to spread. This was the first time he had tasted such a feeling since he was born. Dead. No! He roared and brought his two sabers together. The chains searched rapidly and circled around his body several times. A dragon realm spread out. Not only that, the twin blades were pushed to their limits under the power of the chi, and ancient dragon roars came from within. The power on the saber slowly condensed and turned into an azure dragon. It lay dormant in the void and roared. Boom! The scene of the Azura Purgatory that filled the sky instantly shattered. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, shocking the vast wilderness. Everyone in the sky trembled from the roar, as if they were trembling from the depths of their souls. They couldn't help but kneel down. Wei Wuya was shocked. Not only had the power of the roar dispelled the blade of judgment, but it had also sent him sliding in the air for hundreds of feet before he could stop. The saber that had materialized in his hand also seemed to be in a trance, as if it could not condense into a physical form. How is that possible? What kind of power was that? What exactly is the bone and scale blades made of? Wei Wuya was also shocked. Even with his void extreme divine realm strength, he couldn't help but tremble under that roar. He had to continuously retreat to dispel the fear.